Maria Mateo, Joshua Schneps,
Here.
Lisa Soren,
Present.
Monsignor Kevin Sullivan,
Here.
Kai Ki Wong.
He's there.
Yeah. Mahfoudin, Michael Schnall,
Here.
Kristen Johnson,
She'll be joining us later.
Gregory Kirschenbaum. I admitted him in. So Kirschenbaum is listed as an attendee, but he's muted. I'm not sure if he's trying to announce himself, but Mark Roselle,
Present.
Darren Porcher. And that concludes roll call, Chairman.
Thank you. We have the minimum required council.
Yes.
Fine. So Mark, do you want to just give a summary to where we left off yesterday and we can jump right into it? And then what I would like to do also after your presentation and before we open up to the commissioners is just get a sense of any type of public commentary that we had that pertains to both what Mark is laying out, but also the borough of Queens before then we get into Brooklyn. So Mark?
I would defer to the other issues on the agenda and I can come back to, but just to, if you wanted me just to provide a summary, what I tried to do was address a number of, I think, unfortunate carve-outs simply for the purposes of finding population that didn't align with the centerpieces of communities. And that required I described it as a merry-go-round of 3 districts, 32, 29, and 30. I had recommended that a portion of Richmond Hill that was previously in District 32 be put back in 32 that was added to 29. In 29, I had recommended that as a result of the loss of population from the first move, that we would restore, I think, a critical part of Rego Park to District 29. Rego Park and Forest Hills are sort of the epicenter of District 29. And as a result of that, I then tried to reunite much of, or all of Glendale into District 30, where it has traditionally been. And what I have been trying to go over last night, and I will continue to crunch some numbers and look at some boundaries, is that I am regrettably, I'm probably not going to be successful in reuniting all of Glendale into District 30. And so I will come back with some amended boundaries to try to address the underpopulation in District 32. And if just really one question for Bryn and Fabian. Last night you said that District 32 is 10,000 short. That's 10,000 short of the ideal population, correct?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't recall exactly, but what I do remember was just relative percentages. The way the revised plan was before we started making any changes is all 3 districts were about 1% to 2% under. And the way we left it off is 30 was, I think, 0.75% over. 29 was, I think, 2.5% over. And 32 was 8.5% under. So if we think about it in relative, 10,000 is an easy number to remember, but it's also kind of relatively speaking, the goal is just to get all of them about 1% to 2% under again, and then we'll be okay. Because if we're just doing it between those 3 districts and not adding population from other districts, we want to get them all around 1% to 2% under again.
And I think 30 and 32 were underpopulated to begin with. 30 is now closer to an ideal population, but my question was the 10,000. And again, if you can't answer this now, if you can just text or just pop in at some point during our proceedings this morning and just, just confirm that number. We don't need to populate it by 10,000. We need to, basically the goal, while there's a goal to get it within 1 or 2%, the actual reality is we've got to get it to at least under 2.5% variance, correct?
Yeah, the reality is we have to get all three, exactly.
Okay, so so it's we would have to bring down 29 by maybe less than 1,000 votes, and residents, about 800 residents, because I think you had said it was 2.9, and we would have to bring down, we would have to add to 32 about 6,000 residents.
Well, when we start drawing, Bryn will definitely be able to, Bryn's going to be drawing this morning, so
Okay.
you should definitely be able to get us exact
So,
numbers on it.
I do not want to hold up the proceedings. I kind of laid out, and so I'd prefer to come back to it because there were other items on the agenda and I kind of jumped them. And I would defer to go back to the other items on the agenda. We can come back and visit this, but thank you for last night allowing me just to kind of lay out the three essential points, of this proposal, this merry-go-round, and then we can come back to it later.
So a couple of things. I saw the judge's hand, so I want to get to the judge, but I also want to clarify a point. And what I would like to do, and I'll obviously get to the judge right after I say this, is I thought we were in the borough of Queens, so this was part of the agenda and moving forward. That's one. But before we officially started, Commissioner Soren asked just for a general summary. So I would like to, after the judge's question, just to do a quick recapturing of what took place yesterday, because there are several commissioners who are on now who were not there yesterday, just so they're up to speed. So as we start to knit this together, everybody's on the same page. So first, Judge, go. Yes, Judge.
Just a quick question on the numbers that Fabian was mentioning, because I'm looking at, I don't know if you can see this, the all-city map, and the population statistics of the rejected plan, and 32 is, according to that chart, is 3,000 under, 3,600 under. Are you talking about the under the current districts or under the rejected plan?
I think he was talking.
Go ahead, Bryn, please.
I think he was talking about the potential changes that we were going through last night with you all, where we didn't fully move population around, so we stopped at a point where District 32 was 8% underpopulated.
Okay, I'm sorry. My
Okay, so yes, John.
Chair and Commissioner, just an announcement, a note. I've recently just sent around to all of the commissioners and staff and our line drawers some zoning maps. I've had Sid Parker, our GIS mapping director, to work on a product that just might be able to facilitate your conversations, this question of zoning and residential, where it is, et cetera, in the boroughs. So you have 5 PDF maps in your inbox not too long ago, earlier this morning. So everyone on this meeting have that in case you want to refer to it later in the day. I just FYI.
Thanks, John. I see Moss has his hand up. And Moss,
Yeah. Good morning.
Morning.
I think last night discussion, which just started again, I think commissioners needs to pay attention one thing. Among all these areas was mentioned, I think the way I recall it, the Richmond Hill South Ozone Park has more people testified in both of our hearings about keeping Richmond Hill in one and Richmond Hill and South Ozone Park in one. We could not do that. Finally, last time we spent a lot of time in putting Richmond Hill in one and South Ozone Park in another district. So I think that should continue to hold, because otherwise we keep going back and dismantling what we have done before. So this is very important. Based on the testify, I don't have anybody there, nor I know anybody there. The idea of those testify, those who are describing the testimony, they should look into that again before we do dismantle Richmond Hill again, and the way the proposal have happened last night.
Okay,
That's
so
I just want to-
let's do this. Before we jump into this, I just want to be fair to the commissioners who were not able to join us last night. If Bryn or Fabian can just give us a quick summary of Staten Island and Manhattan as far as those adjustments that were made, so our commissioners can be all up to speed on the same information, and then we'll jump into, I think, this conversation.
Great. So I'll start in Staten Island. Everyone can see my screen, correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the couple changes we made here. First, between 51, which is the southernmost district, and 50, the Mid-Island district, is that this area here, I'll zoom in. This is a piece of, this is a cemetery and then a small neighborhood in here that is labeled as part of Great Kills and was in 51, but I believe Commissioner said it was more like 50 and part of Richmond Town. So we basically cut following this yellow line and then this red line, took that out of 50 and put it into, or took it out of 51 and put it into 50. So that was the first change we made. And then between District 50 and 49, we did an exchange where in the revised plan, District 49 took part of Westerly here. This was in 49, and instead we put this into 50. So now more of the Westerly neighborhood is in 50, and then in exchange, we took this area here, west of the Toad Hill houses and south of the highway, and just 49. And this follows the current lines drawn in 2013. So those were the two changes we made in Staten Island. And then I'll go up to Manhattan. So we didn't have any pins left over in Staten Island, but in Manhattan, we made changes and then said that we would come back to some areas today. So first, starting off in the border between District 2 and District 4, we went into Murray Hill, Kips Bay area, and I think it was just these 4 blocks in here. So this is, I'll give the street boundaries. This is 28th to 24th between 1st and 2nd. That used to be in District 4 in the revised plan, and we put it into District 2, and that was done to help increase the Hispanic VAP and CVAP of District 2. And as you can see, District 2 is 2.7 overpopulated. We're trying to keep within, currently our boundaries are 2.5 approximately over and under. So we still need to come back, make some edits to this district. And then we also looked at, I don't think we ended up making any of these changes, but we looked at taking parts of District 1, such as the Hernandez and Lower East Side infill houses here, squaring this off in here, and we talked about coming in and taking the Vladeck houses back into District 2. Those were also all done to help increase District 2's Hispanic population. And then some trade-offs that we talked about but didn't end up doing were moving the boundary in the West Village between District 2 and 3 from 6th Ave to 5th Ave. And doing that would have necessitated kind of, we're talking about this this exchange between 3 districts. So District 1 would probably have to take more of District 3, and then District 3 would have to lose, or District 1 would have to lose some population to District 2 over here. And we did not make those changes because there were concerns about splitting up the West Village, where District 3 would basically have lost this area in here to District 1, and District 2 would have lost this area in here. But we put a pin in that and said we would come back to that today. And then moving north.
Actually, Bryn, can you talk about the change at the top of 2 between 2 and 4? We made some changes right there as well.
Yeah. Did we change up here? Okay.
Yeah, we
Keep
moved
going
it
now.
south a couple blocks. Basically, that you see a little kind of jut up there, where his cursor is. Originally, that line was a couple blocks north. And then when we moved the Kips Bay section from 4 to 2, we ended up grabbing the top of 2 into 4 and kind of making that line a little straighter. So that was the trade-off we did in population.
Okay. And we also talked about Koreatown, and I don't believe we ended up changing anything there, but that's also in this area. So then going up, we were looking at how could we raise the boundary between District 6 and 7. District 6, 7, and 10 were all really at their higher end of deviation. So we didn't have much wiggle room. So one thing we could do was have District 3 move its boundary up slightly. So we added these 2 blocks here. And I'll zoom in and say the street names. So that was, it used to be completely across 54th, all the way to 6th Ave or 7th Ave for District 3. And so we just raised it between 10th and 8th to 55th. And that allowed District 6 to move slightly up. I believe it was 3 blocks or so in here, just moving the line up. I think this southernmost line used to be 91st in the revised plan. Now it's 92nd. Just trying to inch up as much as we can to keep the upside in District 6. And then in District 7, we talked about District 7's Hispanic population and how it diminished by a couple points, by around 7% VAP and CVAP from the currently drawn 2013 lines, and also how that is kind of necessary to adjust the population in District 10, which was 8% underpopulated in the current lines. So, and also keeping this a performing Hispanic opportunity seat. So we added a couple blocks, I think just these 2 blocks. So between, I'll zoom in and tell you these streets, from 163rd to 165th, between Broadway and Fort Washington Ave, we added to District 7 from District 10. And I believe those are the only changes we made in Manhattan.
Okay. Thank you for the summary. Let us go back to Queens. So Moff laid out a point. Mark, you're going through your scenario. As far as I'm concerned, that's the next issue up on the table to discuss. So let's go.
Well, I'm not prepared to go forward. I would ask for permission for you to move on to other issues, and I'll address Moff's concerns and the concerns of that other commissioners may have later on. I just you know what, I appreciate that last night you gave me the opportunity to throw these 3 changes on the board. If we could just put them to the side and move on to the other items on the agenda.
Okay.
So we can get through them and then we can come back to this one later on.
All righty, fine. So
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. If I remember correctly from last night also, in the borough of Queens, Michael, are you on? I remember we did a summary as far as issues that were raised from.
Yes.
Yes, so you want to take it, and so people are all on the same page as far as the issues in Queens, and then we can take it from there?
Certainly, especially since the revised plan, we've received testimony from Council District 24,
Yes.
from the Jewish populations in there. The preliminary plan had removed, I think, Hillcrest and Fresh Meadows. We were able to put Hillcrest back. The testimony since the revised plan vote is asking that more Fresh Meadows be included back into 24.
Okay, did they give you any outlines? When you say more of Fresh Meadows?
Yeah, well, can you zoom in, Bryn, on the.
Yep.
Thanks. We received one map, but the map was not block by block. It was outlined in pen, so I'm not specifically. Can we? What are the current lines?
Yep.
Council
One
lines.
second. So currently, in the Fresh area, the line between District 24 and 23 follows 186th Street, no, 188th Street north to 73rd Ave, and then it goes west and then goes up 185th Street until the expressway.
Yeah, the only submitted map is asking for the lines to be restored. The testimony doesn't give specifics, so but that's what they're requesting.
Mop, I see your hand up, Mop.
Yeah, same thing. I think the testimony or the map that I see, it says that on the top, 3,800 people to be swapping. So the Jewish people on the corner, I think by the map, okay. There is 88 people there, and at the bottom by the 23, another 3855. I think we did that maybe last time. I forgot when we did. So they want to swap these two parts that will take care of the Jewish population there. And of course, Asian population will increase in 23 in Linda Lee's district, Councilmember Linda Lee's district, and increase the Jewish population in Councilmember Zinero's district. So that is the only main gist of the map and his testimony.
Okay.
Did I made it clear?
Um,
I think Fabian knows. Fabian understood it. Fabian?
Other commissioners?
Yes. There was, just to kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Dean was saying, there was at some point a map submitted, a public testimony map submitted through Caliper Online that had a kind of a heat map of the Jewish populations. That was referred to in the past when we were looking at this district. Would it be helpful to look at that again?
Sure.
In order to look at the Jewish population that's under consideration for this?
By all means, please.
Bryn, you should have that, and if you can show that,
Yeah.
kind of heat map, that might be helpful for people to see.
Can I say something for Fresh Meadow? The Fresh Meadow population is we consider as a low density because all is R2, is one family. The most Jewish people, and recently they have a lot of Asian people increase in this Fresh Meadow area. We should consider for that.
Bryn, if you turn off the territories, if you scroll up, turn off territories there, all three of those, that'll make it a little clearer to see.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you scroll down, I think you can turn off the Russian one as well. The Russian is the green.
Yep.
Well, maybe it's not showing. Oh yeah, where it says color theme Russian speakers. Hey, thank you. There you go. So that'll help you kind of, this now makes it a little easier to see. And this was a public submission map. I can't recall, maybe Michael or somebody else might recall who submitted this, but this included Jewish residents and Russian speakers. And so this is the area that's under consideration. You can see up the top where it says Fresh Meadows Utopia.
Yep.
The green lines are the current council district lines. And so, and Bryn, he can toggle between this and the last revision plan as well, so you can just kind of see the differences.
And basically the main difference between the current lines boundary and the revised plan is that the revised plan boundary is Utopia Parkway right here. And then I believe it goes down, yeah,
Exactly.
73rd. Here.
Exactly. This is, they want to exchange. This should come in 24, and the bottom, I think he has District 23 area. It was even, in fact, even exchange 3888 and 3855. I don't know. You said that his map does not go by the election district. If you try by looking at his map, that will do it.
Yeah, just to expand on Commissioner Udin's comment, I pulled up as well the letter from Councilmember Gennaro, as well as QJCC and the New York Board of Rabbis, and they're asking for that eastern boundary, it looks like, to be moved to Francis Lewis. And then that cutout by Jamaica Avenue that's currently in 24 to be moved to 23. That's helpful.
Okay. So, and I'll switch back to our map. So are you talking about this cutout here being moved to 23?
I believe that's it, Commissioner Udin. Is that what you're saying as well?
I think this is the part I think the engineer's map shows, and then on the top, that part comes into.
Okay, so what I can do is I'll add this whole cutout here to District 23, and then we'll see how far.
How much it is?
Go.
Yeah, what is the population there?
Yeah.
Is it 3855? I don't know.
Second. So this is around, is 3,800.
Yep.
So I put that into 23.
You get around 3,800 approximately from there.
Yeah. So going to the current, I'll turn that back on, the current council districts line, we can actually add this all back in. And so that would make, so this is 3,900 people. So it's pretty much an even.
Yeah, 3888. Yeah, that is,
yeah.
I think that is what their.
So I'll make this change, zoom out, and
their latest request.
So now District 23, this border is now the same border as the 2013 lines, the currently existing lines. And then District 23 just extends east along Hillside Ave until, let's get street name, until 178th. 178th between Jamaica and Hillside.
So now can you then give me the South Asian BAF of all demographics for the both districts?
Yep.
And,
So
and
District
as you're
20,
doing that, Bryn, and just, I'm sorry, Mark, for 1 second. As you're doing that, what was just laid out, does that go to the heart of what was the initial point of the conversation as well? As far as these changes?
Yes,
It does?
according to me. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bryn. Didn't mean to interrupt.
no worries. So I will read off the VAP first. So Hispanic is
Which one? 23?
for district 24.
Yeah.
Hispanic VAP is 19.96%, so 20%. Hispanic, 10.6% Black, and 36.7% Asian. And then CVAP is, let me do the same order, 19.5% Hispanic CVAP, 14.4% Hispanic CVAP Black, and 30.8% Asian CVAP. And then
That is the issue there. Okay.
that's 24. District 23 is 13.9% Hispanic VAP, 10.9% Black VAP, and 43.7% Asian VAP. And then CVAP is 15.4% Hispanic CVAP, 12.6% Black CVAP, and 40.7% Asian CVAP.
And just for reference, I was looking at the revised before we made those changes. The numbers are within 0.1 or 0.2% on everything. So we did not really adjust the numbers tremendously in anything.
Or the same.
Yeah, for Hispanic, Asian, and Black, the numbers are pretty much the same in VAP and CVAP. They went like 0.1 up or down, so we didn't really change anything too much.
Okay.
But looks like in 24, Asian BAF came down by 6%. Looks like, is it 36.7 in 24 before, and now it is 30.8. That is what you say?
So are you talking about the 2013 lines?
24, yeah. 24.
Yeah, so yes, in 2013 lines, Asian VAP in 24 is 36.5. In the revised plan before we made the change, it was 36.6, and now it is
36.7.
So it stayed basically the same as the
It's the
revised
same.
plan. It has gone down from the current lines up.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
No
Other
problem.
Mark,
Yes.
you good for now?
Yeah, because that is what I see all the testimony lately came, and Jim and others are interested. Jewish people are interested. I think they should be joined together in their population, their community of interest. Thanks, good.
And other commissioners on this particular topic? Anyone? Josh? Anyone else? If not, then let's move on. Lock it in.
Great.
All right. Set with that? All right, Michael and Ali, anything else re-Queens before we get back to Mr. Wurzel?
Nothing besides what you had stated and besides what we received previously. So no, nothing new.
In terms of new testimony or in Queens, or just related to this area in particular?
No, in Queens in general. I want to lock down Queens, and I know Mark wants to get back into the discussion. I'm not sure at what point, because I want to really get to Brooklyn. So,
We did also receive a request from a few business owners at the 82nd Street bid for the bid to be moved fully into District 21 from 25. It's a one block move for this one block bid. And we received 2 requests from business owners there.
What area is that? 21?
I thought we had done that. Britt, can you double check that?
I think they want it to be in 21. Is that what you're saying, Ali?
Correct. Yeah, it's currently
Okay.
in District 25, and they're asking for it to be in District 21.
Okay. So, and I know I zoomed in a lot, but it is. So I'd be moving 6 blocks from 25 to 21.
Six blocks. How much population?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That sounds
I
kind of
believe
large.
Yeah, 6 is something else.
It's 2,800 people.
3,000 people.
Yeah, we'd have to do some more rebalancing because that would make
Man,
5 under.
I'm sorry.
underpopulated.
Let's keep, I mean, I'm sorry to the bid, but unless there are major objections, I don't want to start. We're gonna have to deal with bouncing in a couple of minutes, so I'm trying to minimize that if all possible.
mhm.
Anyone? Okay, so let's move and hold that.
Pin
off.
on it.
No, not a pin. No, not my infamous
Mhm.
pin. No, I mean, this one, unless somebody pushes back hard, I am not hearing that. So let's just leave as it was. All right, we're comfortable there. What else? Queens.
There was also a request from elected officials and community groups about the Tibetan Community Center being moved into District 26. It's located at 5712 32nd Avenue, Woodside.
Where is it in relationship to where 26 is based on the revised plan?
Do you
We're
have
gonna
a-
try turning on the Google map and see if it's shown on the Google map.
Yeah,
So this is 32nd Ave.
Where is this? Where are these requests coming from, Ali?
So this is a request that we received from APA Voice as well as Councilmember Juan.
I just wanted to clarify that APA Voice has since submitted updated public testimony on this. So my recommendation is if we can stick to the issues list
Right.
that the commissioners raised.
Priority is the commissioner's list
otherwise we'll be in the.
for
weeds.
this meeting.
In terms of the commissioners list, there are no further items.
Fine.
Can I just add, though, perhaps we can put in our report that having a certain institution that doesn't have any residents doesn't mean, in a certain district, different from where other residents reside is not a significant thing, because you can always cross district lines, as we do every day. All sorts of district lines, whether or not city council districts or other districts.
Mhm.
I mean, does it have a significant tax implication here?
Tax implication? I
I mean,
couldn't.
what are the implications of not having a religious institution within the same, if it's on the other side of the border from where its members live for a council district? What would be the implications? And if not, then we should just, perhaps just a footnote or something
Okay,
about that
we'll
would be
go with a
useful.
footnote, but I can't see any tax implications because it's not, I mean, I'm not, all of you are the attorneys, I'm not, but I mean, it's a tax implication from a city, state, and federal government, but not by community.
Or funding, I'm just curious.
Funding.
Because, people seem to think that the council lines are so important in affecting their lives in other ways besides voting, and that's why I think we should be clear.
Judge it the way it is as far as funding is concerned, because again, citywide, the allocation of dollars from the council members play a major role with the various not-for-profit or the NGOs in a local council district itself. So in that relationship building between the council and their community-based organizations, as well as their institutions of faith, have a direct correlation. So that does play a role. But beyond that, just out of curiosity, since it was raised, and then we should move on, where is it located in relationship to D26 right now?
So I haven't been able to find it. If someone has a cross street, I couldn't see it on the Google Maps.
Yeah, it's 32nd Avenue between 58th and 57th.
Okay, that's so we have this arm kind of sticking out of 25. I'll zoom out to give a better image. So this is the boundary of 26, this yellow line between 22 and 26, and then this red line is 20. The community center would be over here. So we would have to take in either an arm sticking out here or maybe come in this way. But it wouldn't be one block, it'd be a couple blocks.
Yeah, no, and that's another area of density that we would have to then start maybe some adjustments. I would just hold off and not do it right now. Or not. Okay. Anyone else? We lock in, not the change, but can we lock in where we are and all the pieces that we talked about, just leaving as is? Anyone else? Josh? You good?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Kevin? For this part of the conversation, you fine?
I'm good, good.
Okay, just checking. Who else from Queens? Marv?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right.
Except when we come back to Richmond Hill, I don't know.
We'll get to that later. We're gonna
Yep.
hold off on that. So what is the preference? I think we went through, as far as I know, unless you guys on staff tell me I'm missing something from issues, we have Brooklyn to tackle. And are we ready to tackle Brooklyn?
And also, I think Lisa, Commissioner Lisa has a concern regarding Bronx something.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna get to Bronx. If you remember
Okay.
yesterday, I laid out
Okay.
tackling Brooklyn, and then from Brooklyn, we'll go to the Bronx, and then we'll circle back. All right?
No problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Soren, is that good for you?
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to let
Hey,
you,
yo.
you didn't hear the layout yesterday, so I wanted to jump into Brooklyn with both feet, and then we'll get to the Bronx, and then we'll circle back to the other areas that we're gonna discuss, okay? Who wants to, so why don't we do it this way, just as a reminder and a refresher. If Michael and others on staff can just bring us up to speed with more of a general flavor of testimonies that we've gotten concerning Brooklyn. I know most of it is concentrated, if not all of it is probably concentrated in the southern tier of Brooklyn, but why don't you bring us up to speed so we're all on the same page, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Brooklyn received a significant amount of testimony, as you well know, from Southern Brooklyn specifically.
Numero uno.
Yeah, creation of the Asian district, and then also the testimony regarding 38 and 43, current 43, specifically asking that Sunset remain united with Red Hook. There was significant testimony about Bay Ridge remaining intact as well and not connected to Sunset. Since the vote last week, the testimony we received has been specifically, we've received a lot of testimony about 44 and 48. The Jewish communities there are asking just to remain together in 44 and 48 and to keep as much of Borough Park and Midwood intact as possible. There has been some testimony regarding the current 47 as well. There were boundaries that I had mentioned yesterday that were given regarding what they would like to see in uniting the communities in Brighton Beach from the Bell Parkway down to the water, as well as trying to come up with alternatives given the current shape of 47. There was also some testimony regarding keeping Luna Park and Trump Village together in 48 as well. The current lines draw, and I believe only Warbass remains in Coney Island. They're asking that the ones that are in 48 remain in 48 and remain together with the communities in Brighton Beach. And there was also some specific testimony regarding 46, giving some, just a tweaking of the boundary lines there. Specifically East 80th Street, East 99th Street between Foster and Farragut. I believe it's only a few blocks there to be included in the 46 district. So when we get to there, if anybody wants to zoom in, we'll focus on that as well. That's pretty much a summation of what we've got going on in Brooklyn right now.
That's a lot of summation. So thank you very much. I throw it open to our commissioners. And let me just ask, has anyone else joined us, Joseph? So we're up to speed on who's on.
So yeah, so Commissioner Johnson did join us. And also just to confirm that Commissioner Kirschenbaum is on, and he just was not able to speak at the moment. So he is watching, he is able to hear us. I just wanted to let that be known.
Thank you very much.
Maria Mateo also here.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Welcome. Welcome to all.
Thank you.
Sounds like a full house today. All right, so let's go Brooklyn. Who's going to jump in?
It's about time for full house.
I'm going to jump in for a quick.
In case you want to know.
Chair, I had a quick question.
Yes, Commissioner Curran.
I'm a little confused with the lines, and forgive me because I'm not sure. Is it Staten Island and Brooklyn attached in two areas, or am I looking at this yellow linings incorrectly? If you could just explain that far left for me, which would be, I believe it looks like 49. And I'm not sure. I'm a little confused as to Bay Ridge and the lower
Lisa,
part.
I'll take a stab at that. So what
I
you're seeing is
appreciate
basically what you're seeing is the water line. So the only connection right now, which by the way, I'm completely opposed to, is between Council District 50 and a small part of Brooklyn. The other things that you're seeing are just the abutting water borders of the Council District 47, 49, and 43.
Thank you for the clarification. It's early, so I'm trying to figure out, I don't want to mess myself up. Thank you.
Okay, not a problem. No, that's what we're here for. Okay, so I know Michael's definitely opposed, but let's jump into Brooklyn and the Southern Brooklyn. Who's gonna jump into it? Let's start.
I'll jump in really quickly because I'm not a excuse me, I'm not a Brooklynite. But there was some comments about the fact that 47 diluted the Russian popularity. So I'm just curious to know, those comments came back and forth. If somebody could just explain to me, because I always had a lot of comments on Brooklyn, but not understanding.
Can I jump into this conversation? I might be able to let some historic light on this subject.
By all means, Mark. And Mark, before you do, I think it's important, since obviously we're live streaming this as well, for people just to have that historical context real quickly, in that Commissioner Wurzel has served, this is his third commission, correct? Commissioner Wurzel?
Yes, it is. I really should have my head examined for doing this 3 times.
I'm not even
and he
raising it
started
for
when
that
he was
point.
2 years old, by the way. He's been doing this since he was 2 years old.
Yeah, I'm not even raising it for that point, but I think it's important, though, for the historical context of some of the moves that may have been made in the past and the underpinning of those moves. So I mentioned it not to have your head examined or to see how old Mr. Schnall was, but more so just the historical underpinning of where we are and what may have existed before. So with that being said, Commissioner Wurzel, please.
So going back to 2002, my first visit to this rodeo, there was an active move by the Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish community expressing their concern that their voting power was being diluted between what is currently District 47, 48. They didn't think the lines were cut properly. They thought that they wanted to be concentrated in one particular district, and that wasn't happening. while the, the statements were vociferous, what was lacking was an alternative district to be slotted into South Brooklyn. And it actually, something did come very late, and part of basically the final round of approvals of the map, and it was just a single district, and it was, in reality, when you looked at the demographics, actually didn't accomplish what it set out to, what it purported to do. And so, and it was, again, it wasn't a district that was part of an overall plan. It was just a district. So, but it was something that, I took very seriously, and I had another opportunity as a commissioner 10 years later. And there was significantly more support amongst the commissioners to address this, this issue. And it was done so with, again, a very organized effort by the Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish community. And this time, I think, learning from their experiences in 2002, they came back to us with a well thought out plan that concentrated this population in District 48. And much of those lines, as we've gone through this process, have been maintained accordingly. And that's the, this Brighton Beach, Sheepshead Bay, South Brooklyn area, that when people have suggested that we should reunite all of Coney Island, and I've put my foot down, it is because I remember 10 years ago how important it was to kind of have this area, have this community of interest addressed in this district. This is what the community advocated for, and this is what the commission in its consensus building was able to accomplish. And the goal, of course, was to create a district that might support a candidate of choice for the community. And currently, this district is represented by a Jewish Ukrainian emigree and a woman who represents this community right now. And when I saw this issue pop up at, sort of not so much the 11th hour, but more like 11:50, I did a little deep dive into this, and I realized that, what this is, for lack of a better way of describing it, this is, really one person who was actively involved in this effort 10 years ago, trying to make dramatic changes to this map for the benefit of one person. So I think that we should look past, and look very seriously at these concerns, but realize that these, in the end of the day, these benefit one person and not the community. The community currently benefits and had advocated for a concentration in this council district 48. And that is what we as a body in the preliminary plan, and actually, and it was perpetuated in the plan that was rejected, we have continued to honor that, that legacy. And so I would strongly object to, tinkering with this. I think any modification to this as is currently being advocated for the benefit of one person, actually dilutes, this community of interest that's in 48.
Thank you, Mark, for the summary and the update. Any commissioners want to respond or take a position?
I guess I just want to understand what he's saying, Mark. You're saying that the Hasidic community is split here?
No, it's actually, it's not, we're not, Josh, it's not we're not talking about the Hasidic community. This is the Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish community that have settled in South Brooklyn, and particularly in Brighton Beach and Sheepshead Bay. Again, starting from 20 years ago, they thought that they were being purposefully separated and diluted, for the benefit of, quite frankly, the incumbent council members there, who didn't want to face a strong, concentrated challenge from a Russian or Ukrainian Jewish candidate that the community would coalesce around. Mission accomplished. But 10 years later, there was much more support amongst the commissioners to kind of honor this request and to create a district where this community of interest is centered.
What was the one of the top testimonies was 44 and 48, right? In regards to the Jewish community?
Yes, that's correct.
So what was the issues there?
The specific testimony we received for 44 and 48 was from the Jewish communities to remain intact in 44 and 48. They wanted to maintain the district lines as much as they could and maintain Borough Park intact with Midwood. There was also, since the release since last Thursday, there's been also some testimony regarding Kensington and the Orthodox community up there. But overall, the vast majority has been just maintaining Borough Park integrity with Midwood in 44 and maintaining 48 as the district lines are currently.
There has been testimony coming in from the 47th district too of late.
As far as the
in the last week of so, there has been a lot of residents and the current council member himself have called on having that district retained intact.
Yes,
To me, that 48 hasn't changed much. Has there been any significant changes? I'd like to hear from the mappers on that.
There hasn't been any change to the revised plan in any of these districts down here. We haven't started touching this area. And also, just as a reminder for everyone as we're going through this, sorry, say it again, Judge.
Changes from current plans.
Oh,
seems quite similar to the.
48. Yeah, here I'll show you. 48 is mostly similar. We made some slight changes along the.
Judge Go. There was a push of the east boundary to provide population for 46, and then the west boundary kind of moved further into Homecrest. But the boundaries in Coney Island and Brighton Beach, the Brighton Beach, Sheepshead Bay remain the same. There was some adjustments north and Midwood, but to get back to what Josh's question was, that the Midwood community, we tried to reunite a portion of Midwood to 44. The community had requested it, not all of it, because of the population needs of 45. But before, 45 really pushed significantly into Midwood, and so we were able to move the boundaries a little further east to try to get more of Midwood into District 44.
I remember we did that.
So is there a way, I guess my only question is there a way to keep that Jewish community intact based on that feedback to make it work?
But what my understanding is, if I could jump in and second Mark, I also read some testimony from the District 47, specifically from the council member from Ukrainian descent. Her name is Ina Bernikov. And she would like to keep the work that we did intact. she would like to remain the District 47, keeping Brighton Beach and Trump Village and Midwood, because she has a strong base of Ukrainian descent in that district. So that's also my opinion. We should just keep it as we proposed.
Commissioners, as you've heard me advocate before, 10 years ago, we created 3 Staten Island districts whole. And now we're contemplating, a jump over the bridge, which I, and Commissioner Schnall view as a regression from what was achieved 10 years ago. What is being proposed, again, for the benefit of one person, is an even more, well, not more, it is as equal a regression from the work that we did 10 years ago to try to respond to a vital growing community of interest in South Brooklyn. This would go back, we would turn the clock back and actually regress in splitting up this community and diluting their voting power, which, as I pointed out, and Commissioner Mateo has pointed out, has actually achieved the goal, which is to elect a Ukrainian Jewish American representative to represent the interests of the community.
I guess I'm not following all that. All I'm just saying is, should the Jewish community be together? I don't know what you're saying in terms of.
Well, Josh, I think the short answer is they are. They are together. That Russian, the concentration, the set. John likes to talk about what's the center of the community, and the center of the Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish community is Brighton Beach, and it's the Sheepshead Bay area, and they were all concentrated in District 48. And to tinker with that, I think sets the clock back and dilutes this community of interest in this particular area. So and again, and I think the advocacy for doing that is really for the interests of one and not for the interests of the community overall.
Listen, I'm not from Brooklyn, but I think both Mark and Maria make a cogent point, and I'd recommend we stay as we are and move on.
And just to add to this, I'm going to show the map of Jewish voters in South Brooklyn. So red is Jewish voters, the darker the color, the higher the percentage. So you see you have this concentration here, as Commissioner Brazell was saying, in Brighton Beach. This is all maintained in our District 48. And then you also have another strong concentration in Borough Park and Midwood, which we keep in our District 44.
44.
Yeah. And then, so these lines mostly don't change. We actually grabbed this section here into 48. That's that slight change in Homecrest that we make. And then we tried to unite more of Midwood into 44.
So then what was the testimony, specifically the line there? What would it have changed, the testimony?
Which testimony are you referring to? You're referring to
The ones that came in for, I guess it's 44.
44 and 48 did not give specific lines. They only requested the communities remain intact. There were no borders given.
Got it.
Mr. Chair, if
So
you're speaking to the group,
basically, we're saying no changes to 44 and 48, right? We're sort of done with these two? Or is that right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was saying I had to hop off for the minute to address some library business, which I did, and I'm finished with that, so I'm back now. And from what I heard, it sounds like we're finished with these two. Is that agreement?
Actually, I do have a recommendation for a change in the boundaries between 44 and 47.
Okay, but as far as what we were talking about with 48, we're finished with 48. Is that correct?
I certainly hope so.
I think there's consensus around it because I was listening as well. Fine, 48's done. Okay, fine. Let's move on,
So if I can, Mr. Chair,
please.
actually right where you are right now is the area I want to sort of talk about. When I was in a mapping session, it seems so long ago for for our rejected plan. I had recommended that the southern boundary of 44 be Avenue S. And then when I wasn't at the cyberspace table that we've set up here on Zoom, this boundary I think is now Avenue Y. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So that slices through a residential street. And I don't think that makes any sense whatsoever. But there, since there is some potential room population wise, between 44 and 48, what I was going to recommend is, 47 and 48, what I was going to recommend is Avenue X is a major commercial corridor. And just like our favorite witness who shows up at every one of our hearings and says, follow the bus routes, follow where the train stations are, I am actually going to advocate and echo his message. And I just wanted to see if we move the boundaries north to Avenue X, what would that do population wise?
So this section here between Ocean Parkway and Shell Road and Avenue X and Y is 3,000 people. Even though 47 would be 2.4% over the ideal, that's still within our deviation.
Okay. And what would that do to 44?
So 44 would go from 0.93% over to 0.88 under.
Then if no one objects, I would recommend that.
Comments? Anyone?
What it does. That's what I want to know. Demographically, what it does. Can I hear that?
Can you zoom in,
Yes.
just so we could see what streets are those?
3,800.
Yeah. So this is south of Avenue X, north of Avenue Y, east of Shell Road, west of Ocean Parkway.
Yeah, so Josh, again, my concern was Avenue, this was one of those, let's fill in the population, because we made those changes between 47, 43, and 44. And so my suggestion earlier in the process was to stop at, I thought Avenue S was a good place to stop. And somehow when I wasn't at a session, it moved down here. And, my understanding of the neighborhood is we just cut through a residential block for no apparent reason other than it just fit the population. So I was suggesting we move up to Avenue X because that's a commercial corridor, that's a bus route, and actually Avenue X is a subway stop. So rather than to cut people off in the middle of their residential community, and it puts more of Gravesend into District 47. So I thought the line should be brought up to what is, for the most part, a commercial corridor, rather than slice up a residential community.
Brian, can you also grab that one block there?
Yeah, I just saw that. Thanks. And Commissioner Udine, to your point.
I just want to see the demographics, if any change.
So there's no change. There's a 0.01% change in Hispanic VAP, but both of these districts are majority, so over 50% non-Hispanic white districts. So there's no VRA concerns, and there's practically no change in that regard. And then I'm also keeping an eye on the Jewish population and the Russian-speaking population, as I'm sure Commissioner Rozelle is thinking of as well.
Can I see the northern part of 44? Because this is
Yeah.
the southern part, right?
Yeah, so 44 goes kind of straight north and then makes a left turn into and takes in almost all of Borough Park here.
Where's Ditmas Avenue on the north part?
So
You zoom into the north part, I guess the flat part there, I think by,
in Midwood area.
yeah.
Okay. So this is Avenue J.
I think it's
Avenue
just
I.
north of that, maybe. And then where was the map previous to this? Because I'm just looking at some of the testimony. The map previous to this, where did it cut off 44 in the north?
So the current council, a lot of lines going on here. 44 went to Avenue F, I believe, here, and then went south along Ocean Parkway until where we have it here at Avenue I, and then took over to East 19th, and then does this kind of step down. So this rectangle here was in District 44, or is currently in under the 2013 lines, and then our revised draft has us going down McDonald to Avenue I.
And Josh, you were looking for a particular area there?
Yeah, it was Ditmas Avenue. I think there was testimony about Ditmas Avenue being like a
Ditmas Ave
break in
is
the
here. And just as a reminder, District 45 is the most underpopulated district in the city, so it had to expand.
45 and
most,
40.
45.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
that pushes every
They
other
needed
district
some
further.
population.
Yeah.
Right.
So a lot of these changes were solely based on that population and also trying to maintain these opportunity and majority Black districts in South Central East Brooklyn.
where's Ocean Parkway? Because that's a major.
Yeah, this is Ocean Parkway.
So that's district, that's not 45, that chunk there that used to be the Hasidim community in there. Was that previously?
This chunk here used to be District 4, now it's in District 40 under our risk plan.
Josh, let me see if I can ask a question a little differently. If I hear you correctly, what you've been asking, are there any of the Jewish communities that we have separated, isolated, moved around in a way where they're not part of the whole in this particular area? Josh, is that a fair
Yeah,
representation?
based on the testimony, it was that chunk, I believe, over there. If those are the right streets.
Bryn can show
Yeah.
the Jewish map
Yeah.
again, but what I can say is that area that you're looking at, the Ditmas, Ocean Parkway, there is a small Jewish population there. You can see it right here. Yeah, so there is a small population there. And there is also in the Midwood area. We don't go quite as far in the new revisions to get all of that population. I don't think we go all the way to 24th Street, which is where that population on the bottom part of Midwood goes. So if we're talking about the parts of the Jewish community that are separated, it'll be those, including the area, and then the Kensington spot. You can see that area in Kensington. There's some heavy Jewish population. Those are also not included in 44, but they are directly adjacent to the Jewish population of Borough Park.
And is the Kensington, the Ditmas Avenue between McDonald and Ocean probably?
No, the Kensington area I'm referring to is that spot just north of 42nd Street.
So this is a high concentration of Jewish voters. Again, this map is just of percent of Jewish voters, doesn't necessarily mean the community as defined by members of the community. This area is currently in 45 and remains, or in 40, sorry, and remains in District 40 and 39. These areas here, there's also a section here that remains in District 39. What was taken out of 44 and put into 40 was this section here between McDonald and Ocean and Avenue F and Avenue I. So this section here is currently in District 44 and under our revised plan is in District 40. And then you also have in Midwood, this section here between East 19th and 24th, between Avenue I and Avenue M. This is all in District 45.
Yeah, I think it was the Ditmas chunk that was
Okay.
in a letter from, I don't know, I think it was State Senator Felder, maybe?
I will say this area, just some context on our mapping journey so far, was a really, really tight balance to try to respect the Jewish community, the Kensington community, while also maintaining District 40 and 45 as performing Black opportunity districts. It was a really tight squeeze. I remember we had to undo a day's work because we couldn't make that work based on other decisions we made.
And Brand, just for everyone's, just to refresh everyone's memory, that box you're circling around, that was the trade-off to extend 44 further into Midwood to like Ocean Avenue. And that was something that was strongly recommended by the community to get more of Midwood. And that's what we ended up we did the merry-go-round here between the districts. And that was what was brought in again, because of the population pressures of the adjoining district.
Hey guys, sorry, this is Commissioner Kirschbaum. I apologize. I've kind of been on a few work calls and kind of in and out, but I had a few moments, and I'm just trying to understand. Can somebody just circle back and explain to me what these changes, what the purpose of what we're talking about right now? Because again, I made this point last night, and it's a similar point that I'm going to make again. This is a very, very fine line that we're trying to thread here, and the needle we're trying to thread, and we've been over these lines a lot, and now it looks like we're talking about moving a lot of things. I just want to understand what we're looking to accomplish with these potential changes.
As far as I'm concerned, it was the feedback for the Jewish community.
And it's changing the demographics of these, or is it just kind
It's
of?
just a matter of whether they're splitting the community or not.
And are they currently? I'm
That's what
trying
we're
to just
trying to
understand.
figure out.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Greg, this was just Josh's inquiry.
Okay,
about this
great. Sorry,
particular area. It wasn't a
Yeah.
proposal. He was asking about this particular area because it came up in some of the, some of the testimony and some, written and submitted and given in person and on Zoom. And we're just going over this and we discussed the fact that we got a little more of Midwood back into 44 and the trade-off again, because the adjoining district is virtually at the bottom of the variance.
Right.
So we're going block by block to trade. And the district north. So it's 45, 40, and 39 are all, and then 44 are all intertwined. So that's why we have this kind of intersection here. So that additional extension to Ocean Avenue was the trade-off for that rectangle that sits up there.
But that trade-off was done. before.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm just reinforcing the point that, so just to go back to the commissioner's question, yeah, we haven't done any wholesale changes or anything along that line. We're entertaining the questions and responding to some of the testimony that's come in various parts of Southern Brooklyn. And so that's where we are right now. And I just want to make sure that Josh.
Well, if I could,
Go ahead, John.
Commissioner Wurzel, you did propose moving that southern boundary up to Avenue X. So I think that's still
Yes,
on.
but that, yeah. So Greg, I had recommended that the southern boundary of 44, which I had suggested be at Avenue S, be moved up to Avenue X, because where it sits now, it was, you know, slicing through a residential block, and we moved it up to a commercial corridor, which I thought was more responsible.
Makes sense.
That was
And-
the only
and-
change to 44 down
And
here.
if I could just clarify or verify, with that change, it will have no
impact,
negative impact on either deviation or population balance of any of the surrounding districts, right? I think we heard that as well.
So then part of this discussion, so we don't get caught into the weeds of stretching it out more than we need to at this particular point in time, is that was basically the major change, if you define it as major change that's taken place at this point. And I think Josh was raising questions based on testimony and responding to those points. But as we, I think, just heard that we have moved along, Josh, are you comfortable with what the delicate balance is and where we are?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I just want to have an understanding of if we can keep, let's put it this way. I'd rather keep communities together than worry about, you know, going through a block.
Well, I have to echo Mark's recitation of what happened, but we went block by block trying to increase, trying to pull as much of Midwood in, and it was impossible. We really went around in circles for quite some time when we worked on that section.
Yeah, quite some time, and then even more time on quite some time as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. What's next in Southern Brooklyn?
Circles.
We got some other areas in Southern Brooklyn to tackle, folks.
Are we okay to make this change on the southern border
Right.
of 44?
Yes, and I wanted clarity.
The Wurzel
Moving it-
change you're
That
talking about?
southern boundary, moving north as that
I
one
thought
block.
we locked that down, but then maybe I misunderstood. I thought we had consensus. We were ready to do that.
That's a yes.
No impact at all, correct? We have a yes? Fine.
Hit it.
Lock it. Lock it.
There you go.
All right, next, Southern Brooklyn. Come on, folks.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to, if there aren't other, I mean, do you want to, was there something to be discussed about 39? Because otherwise then, you know, we can move on to the tantrum that's gonna happen with the crossover with District 50.
So let's deal with, that goes back to Commissioner Soren's question just around what she thought she saw versus where it's at right now. And then Commissioner Schnall responding to that as well, as he has always responded to. And I know that in fairness, what time is it? Michael said he would not be back on until 11:30. He had to hop off for work product. So can we hold that until Michael's on? So that way we can have Michael, who is key to this part of the discussion, be a part of it?
Absolutely.
Moff, is your hand up again?
No,
Moff,
yeah, I
jump
think
in.
we received some new testification from the city council member 39. I think whoever is reading, can you see what they're asking there?
Michael? Anything on 39?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. That was a resubmission of prior testimony. Let me pull it up.
Oh, okay. I think about the Kensington kept in 39. I think.
Yes, this was, we had a prior discussion about the specific boundaries that were enumerated in this testimony regarding the South Asian community in Kensington.
Yes.
I'll give those. That was the Fort Hamilton Parkway to the north, 36th Street and Day Hill Road to the west, Argyle Road to the east, and East 17th Street to the east, and Avenue H to the south. That was that broad area. I know that we had discussed, and I know that they had accommodated a lot more Kensington in the footprint of 39. But just to reiterate, the testimony that's been submitted has been to maintain as much of Kensington in 39 and the South Asian community as possible.
We did that already. Or we are supposed to add some more, I don't know. From reading of this testimony, then why they repeated the testimony, I don't know. Okay. Can you mention these boundaries in the Kensington area?
Certainly. It was given as, one second, Fort Hamilton Parkway to the north, 36th Street and Day Hill Road to the west, Argyle Road and East 17th Street to the east, and Avenue H to the south. It's a pretty broad area.
Okay, okay. And the demographics in this is, what is the demographics?
In District 39,
Yeah.
yes. So the District 39 is 14%, 14.8% Hispanic VAP, 13.1% Asian VAP, and 6.2% Black VAP. And it is 12.9% Hispanic CVAP, 11.5% Asian CVAP, and 7.6% Black CVAP.
Okay, so it is with the area that mentioned, and that is what it is. And I think the testimony also want to go, how much of the Kensington is covered in 39 now? Can I see the when you see the Asian different ethnic population?
Yes.
Can you reflect?
Turn that on. And let me turn this off 1 second. So you can see there's some Asian concentration here, which is 9, some Asian concentration here. And then beyond that, it's pretty mixed area. Again, these gray blocks are plurality non-Hispanic white, green is plurality Asian, blue is plurality Black, and purple is plurality Hispanic. So it's pretty mixed outside of this. And District 40, the reason we couldn't take more of Kensington as defined by the testimony into 39, or one of the main reasons was that District 40 is currently at just over 49% Black VAP and just around 57% Black CVAP. And so we're really trying to maintain this district and comply with the Voting Rights Act. And so that, and then also follow, community.
What is the
boundaries.
proposed boundary, the dotted lines? Proposed boundary, can I see the proposed boundaries of 39? These yellow lines, dotted lines, what is that?
Proposed by who? By us?
The one we are discussing now.
Oh, it's this yellow line. So I'll turn this
yellow
back
lines.
off.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I think that's, and it's a negative deviation is 0.28, a negative 0.28. Okay, they can still get some more Asian population, but I think so. Kensington has been covered as far the testimony is concerned, as much as we could. I think with the given the in 40 and 39, and I think What else? Yeah, 40 and 39 between. Thank you. I think I'm fine.
Okay, so wait for Michael to join us. He should be back on in a couple, and then we'll do the crossover. We've addressed 48. We've addressed the other areas that Josh was inquiring about. And so now we'll tackle the crossover. Are there questions or issues that I'm not aware of that we need to put on the table?
Commissioner, go.
I'm sorry, I didn't
put
see.
it in a
Commissioner?
note. I put it in a note, but Councilmember Narcisse mentioned that part of Canarsie was left out of 46. And I recall we had discussed Canarsie at great length, but and it's in my note what she had mentioned in my chat. She felt that it that district ought to come, the area bounded by East 80th.
So Commissioner Go is bringing up this. So the Foster Ave and Farragut Road between 99th here and 80th here.
Yes.
So the council member is saying this belongs in District 46.
Yes.
What's
if I'm
that
saying
southern
correctly.
east-west?
This is Farragut Road, which is our
Okay.
current boundary of 46 and 42.
Mhm.
I remember we did a lot of trying to add as much of Canarsie into 46 as possible. And again, it's a huge balancing act in this area. You see District 42 is 2.4% under population. And so while we're waiting for other commissioners to join to go to Staten Island, I can just show what the population is here. So this strip between Foster and Farragut, 9th and 80th, is 6,000 people. And it would make taking that out of District 42 would make it 5.9% under, and District 46 2% over. So we would have to look at, and as their only boundary is in Canarsie, we would have to look at a broader shuffling between districts. So I'll zoom out and let you see.
Did we take a smaller chunk?
I can. You'll probably only be able to take one block before. Yeah, so that's too much. You know, like that's too much. Again, we can only, because our largest district is 2.5% over, we can only have a district 2.5% under.
Okay, I think, I know we went through this exercise.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I quite remember.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Judge, that I remember vividly our back and forth in trying to deal with the Canarsie suggestions and questions that were raised in testimony by the residents and the council member, and making sure we try to be as expansive as possible, but also the delicate balancing act that we had to do with the surrounding populations and what it meant. And I know we stretched it as far as we could.
Okay, I just couldn't remember the extent of our exercise, and I agree.
We noted. Moff.
No. This is from previous. Thank you very much.
You're throwing me off, Moff.
Sorry.
Bryn, don't forget to put that block back.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to, I think it's also helpful for commissioners and the public that, you know, this is the only amount of population we could add from 42 to 46. And so it's, you know,
Leave it.
Very tight act.
Leave it. I mean, and in fairness to all the suggestions, I mean, it's not specific to any one individual. It's basically trying to balance the entire city. And that's, I think, the key frame of all of our discussions. So I think, Michael, are you back? think Michael's waiting to be.
I am.
elected. Michael?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, let's
Oh.
go.
Wait,
Crossover.
did you guys, I had one question about 47 and 48 about
Exactly.
there's Warbass houses. Did you guys talk about that yet?
Trump Warbass.
Yeah. I was wondering if there was any discussion on where it should be. I think it's currently in 47. There's been, I guess, some suggestions that it's more should be moved to 48.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of the
I heard that.
concentrated Russian population. I don't know if you guys have talked about that.
Yeah, I don't know if we went specific to that, but I know we had a lot of back and forth and basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, can we look at that first before we talk about the
Well,
crossover?
well, Trump is in 48. It's east of Stillwell, and it's actually right past Stillwell, but it's already
Where?
in 48.
Could you call it
War-
up, Bryn? Show it on the map.
So if we're talking about Warbass,
Yes.
that's in here, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Goes to
Yeah,
48.
so that's in 47. North of Neptune, west of Ocean Parkway.
There was significant testimony trying to unite Luna Park, Trump, and Warbass in one council district as well, to be advised.
Which is 48, I think.
And what's the population concentration in 48 for the community of interest that we're talking about?
Wow.
So 48 is, sorry if I misunderstood, 48 is basically 2% over, 47 is 2.4% over. And I'll just see what this
Population.
population is. Yeah.
Where are the houses on the
Um,
map? I can't see that. Is that the,
So let me zoom in. I don't know if they're labeled correctly.
Well, I can
on
see
Google
Luna
Maps.
Park.
I think it's that little block. It's across the street from Lincoln High. It's that block there, I believe.
This block here.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
let's
that
just
is
see.
probably a community of interest. It's a heavily Russian
Mhm.
community, correct?
So that's 3,000 people. So we'd have to do another exchange because 48 would then be 3.7% overpopulated.
Oh,
So we could look at, and they do share a longer boundary. So we could turn off Google Maps. We could look up here, but this is Ocean Parkway. And I know that's a strong
Yeah,
boundary.
we've done a really good job of sticking to natural boundaries and major thoroughfares in doing this. And if the population is too much, I think we have to move on.
yeah, it changes, touches the others like multiple effect.
Can we
Well-
tackle crossover, please? Michael, for now?
Yeah, but I think they're both hand in hand. I think Mark is gonna bring up the need for a change to the crossover in terms of expanding it slightly. Which again, I'm opposed to, but I think that's gonna cause the same ripple effect. So I'd like to put a pin in this one and come back to it.
Yeah, I guess because I want to hear where we're talking about with the crossover and what it is, and then I think that will have an impact on how we balance everything out now. Mark, you the man.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Or
So
someone else as well, too, but go ahead, Mark.
thank you, Mr. Chair. When we started our second round of mapping, you may recall that, even though Michael and I Commissioner Schnall and I have vociferously objected to the crossover, the first thing I suggested was a crossover that I believe most closely aligned with District 50. and also took into account that the residents of Brooklyn were going to be inconvenienced, and I went with a community that I thought had the at least the wherewithal to get to District 50, or for that matter, get to a potential district office in Brooklyn nearby that the traditional council member for District 50 might be able to share with likewise political elected officials about 10 blocks away from this location. And it included the area coming off the Verrazano Bridge, I call it the Poly Prep neighborhood, Fort Hamilton, the VA hospital, Diker Beach, a portion of Bath Beach, but then a portion of Diker Heights. And specifically the area on Diker Heights bounded by from 86th Street to 11th Avenue to 82nd Street to either 13th or 14th Avenue. And then a smaller portion of Bath Beach that is currently in that zone, stopping either at 16th Avenue or Bay 10th or Bay 11th Street. And I asked this, Bryn and Fabian just to kind of hold that to the side. And then when we came back later on in the mapping session, this dramatically changed. And this is what we have. So, in the plan we rejected. So again, I'm going to advocate for a swap, not an addition, Michael, that you had mentioned before, but I want to swap out in that crossover area to have that crossover move north and to include the portion of Diker Heights between 11th Avenue, 82nd Street, and bounded on either 13th or 14th Avenue, back to 86th Street. And then reduce the footprint in Bath Beach to either 16th Avenue, Bay 11th, or Bay 10th, depending on what the population trade would be. And again, it's a point that came up. I will credit Commissioner Schnall with it. There was a point in our process when we were actually contemplating having the Staten Island connection swing across the Shore Parkway, the Bell Parkway, like dental floss, and connect to Seagate in Coney Island. And I think Commissioner Schnall wisely raised the point, how do you represent people who are an hour and a half from the center of your district? Where can you drop a table and put a phone in and put a sign up saying I'm your council member? It's just not going to happen. And both Commissioner Schnall and I have had the experience of working for the city council, and we know something about how the city council allocates budget money. And it's likely, and particularly because of the general political persuasions generally expressed by the voters of District 50, that the council would not finance a district office in Brooklyn. So, what we're trying to do is to find basically the area that's closest to the bridge, the area that is most closely aligned geographically, demographically, and politically, and perhaps provide an opportunity for whoever the representatives in council district that he or she might be able to beg or borrow some space in the local council member and the local member of Congress whose office is 10 blocks away in Bay Ridge to service and provide assistance to the residents of this part of South Brooklyn So those are the factors I raised before, and I'm going to raise them again in support of this modification, and this loop between Bay Ridge and the other this corridor just be shifted north to accommodate this, and as I mentioned, to reduce the footprint of Bath Beach that is in this current map. Thank you.
Michael?
So I agree with a lot of what Mark said. Again, I'm in complete opposition to
Yes.
attaching this piece. So we know that already.
Mhm.
So I'd like to see what Mark has proposed on screen, if we can do that. Is that possible, just to map that real quick?
Yep.
Bryn, could you start with the Bath Beach portion and put that into 47?
Yeah. So Commissioner Warzel, you wanted this to go to 16?
Well,
It's
I
already-
think what my recommendation is that we reduce that footprint based on what the population is in that box of that rectangle of Diker Heights that I've recommended being inserted, into this crossover for District 50.
16,000.
What I'm proposing is a trade.
Okay.
Trade this footprint of Bath Beach to reduce it by the population that is substituted in Diker Heights.
Diker Heights.
Gotcha. Give me 1 second. Okay, so can you say that boundary again, Commissioner?
Mark? If you're talking, you're on mute.
Yes, sorry. 86th Street to 11th Avenue,
Okay.
11th Avenue to 82nd Street, and 82nd Street to either 13th or 14th Avenue, and then
Okay.
back to 86th Street.
So going to 13th Ave is 1,200 people. Going to 14th Ave is 2,000 people. And then as we can see, this blocks 47's path. So we would have to take 47 further north in Diker Heights, which takes out a 38. And then 38 would probably take more of Bath Beach. But I'm just going to do this, and then we'll see how much we can take out of the Bath Beach area.
What happened to the 47 corridor,
Yeah, so we're going to rebuild that once we get 50 at a good level. Okay, take a little more. It's too much. So if we're looking at an even split, we're looking at something like, to make it a little cleaner, from moving the line, which is currently at 16th, I believe. Is that 16? No, that's 16th to 13th.
And there is room, if you wanted to go further, these districts do have room to play. But just keep in mind, we still need to add population from 38 to 47. So we don't want to add too much population from the Bath Beach area, and then that wouldn't allow us to get the corridor made in Dagger Heights. So just keeping that in mind. There is room to play though. So keeping that in mind, if this line, we could start here and then we may be able to move it again if you need to.
So again, we can undo all these, but I'm just gonna accept this and then look at what the 47 corridor would be. 38. And just to keep an eye on 38's Hispanic VAP and CVAP.
Right.
I have the revised plan numbers, so
Yeah.
whenever you make any changes, Brent, I'll be able to kind of give you the comparison.
Need a delicate balance in 38.
So we do the minimal amount approximately.
Drop it a block
That's
south on that northern edge. Yeah. Yeah.
here.
No, the red box.
So only take one block.
Yeah, only take one block, exactly.
So the minimal amount we can take out of 38 into 47 is 1,400 people.
How much?
1,400.
1,400.
Okay.
And then I'm
So
going to
38 can take a block
this
there,
line
yeah.
here. Yeah.
This is kind of after we made the Diker Heights change to 50. This is then rebuilding the corridor minimally. So like the least amount we'd have to do in order to kind of get where we need to go. That's kind of what we're doing here. We can always make changes if people want to make changes, but this is showing you the minimum what we would have to do in order to keep the corridor intact.
Okay. So doing that, zoom up a little bit, and then also read off the Hispanic VAP doing this change in 38 is 31.8%.
It was, so Hispanic VAP in
VAP.
38,
Yes.
you have it at what now?
31.8.
I have it in 38.
Oh, no, I was looking at Asian. It's 35.3.
Okay, it was 35.2. So the Hispanic VAP goes up
Okay.
0.1, basically.
And then the Hispanic CVAP is 30.95.
And the Hispanic CVAP was 30.8. So it went
Okay.
up again.
So it's a
0.15.
slight increase.
Slight
But-
increase in Hispanic. Can you read out the Asian numbers as well, please?
Yep. The Asian VAP is 31.6%.
And it was 31.5.
And the CVAP is 25.5.
And it was 25.4. So both Hispanic and Asian VAPs went up about 0.1. That is from the revised plan, not from current districts, from basically what we just had to what we just changed. Everything went up just 0.1%.
These are in 38 you are talking about?
In 38.
Yes, in 38.
Yes.
Okay, after taking all this and changing this corridor. Okay, I got it.
Yes.
Can we
And
clarify
we can-
sorry,
What's this
can we-
pass-through street, by the way? What is this?
Yes.
This one block
Yeah.
corridor? What is that
So this
now?
is between 82nd and 81st Street, between 11th and 14th Ave.
And that's sufficient enough to satisfy all the voting rights, charter, constitutional stuff? I mean, we're not
I
going
mean,
to get
we can increase the
lawyers
size
can
of the
speak to that
corridor
better,
for
but
now.
it does stay contiguous. And we didn't really affect the VAP or CVAP in 38. It is contiguous. Lawyers can speak to whether or not it meets the compactness and all that.
What is the compactness test
Yes.
updated?
38.
Should be at the front, Bryn.
At the front, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So just on. Okay, so Polsby Popper is 0.28 and Rioch is 0.33.
Okay, so it didn't, if I recall from the revised plan, it's not that much different. Even, okay.
Can you just say the perimeter, what is the perimeter on the sides again?
In this,
No, along
one block,
the,
right?
The other sides, I'm sorry. So was it the BQE there or
sorry, for which districts?
just this new outline here? I'm just trying,
Yeah.
it's hard to see the streets, I'm sorry. Or I guess in this case would be avenues.
Why
So
don't you
for
just kind of run
district,
down the new
Yeah.
boundary
Okay.
for 450 there?
okay, District 50 follows the Parkway, follows from the Verrazano, follows the Parkway until 86th Street,
Yep.
goes southeast on 86th until 11th Ave, and that goes up to 82nd Street, which we go along until 14th Ave, and then we're back down to 86th, and that goes to Bay 13th Street, which goes back down to the Belt Parkway. And then District 38, this is Bath Ave until 17th Street. That goes up to 84th Street, which goes west to 15th Ave. And we go north to 81st Street. And we go west to 10th Ave, down a block to 82nd, and then over to the Parkway.
And what's the total population on the Brooklyn side of 50? Do we have that number?
Yep, give me 1 second.
Just so I know how many folks are not gonna be able to get to David's office in Staten Island. I hope there's a new program to reimburse them for the toll.
Can you zoom in a little bit more too when you do that? Just, it's hard to see.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
When it finishes, you can just cancel it, Brent. I do that all the time too.
That's frustrating. Of course, it's taking forever. Okay, not what I meant to select. So the Brooklyn population of District 50 is 14,703.
Okay, thank you.
And then I will zoom in.
And I was talking about the deviation remain close.
Yeah, the deviation is about the same as where it was before. None of these districts are at the high or low end. 47 is close, but not at 2.5 or over under.
And what was it prior, 47? Like, what is the impact of this on 47?
So
are you talking about 2013 or are you talking about the last revision before we made the change?
The last revision.
So the last revision before we made the change, 47 was 0.6% over. Is that correct? Just the population.
In the revised plan, 46 was or 47.
47. I have it at 173,937. So
0.6% over. So we added about 3,000 people to 47. District 50 also gained some population, and then District 38 lost a slight amount of population.
So we just added 3,000 to 47. So that is the argument to move Warbass houses into 48. That would put 47 back at the number we had pre-editing today.
The issue with the Warbass houses is that we would overpopulate 48 beyond the deviation. And this change also includes that Commissioner Borzel's change from Avenue, I believe, X to Y between 44 and 47. So the change that we made here, I believe was only from before we added this section here to 50, was only 100 or 200 people. But from the revised plan to where we are now, it's 3,000 people difference.
Commissioners?
The only thing I would say is I think this is not a good solution to have a crossover. I think we're forced to do it, and I'm at peace with the fact, but I'll just reiterate it. We're stuck with that 5% deviation, and we weren't able to figure out how to do it. And this is the best of a bad result that we're forced to do.
So noted.
One question, you meant, how far over are we now in 47?
Population wise, Commissioner?
Yes.
We are 2.18% overpopulated from the ideal district. That's 3,761 people.
Okay, so that's acceptable.
Within our margin.
Yes.
Other comments? Okay, and let the record show, I mean, I always like to be as balanced as possible. That Michael obviously is opposed to this, and Monsignor put his comments on record as well.
Chair, I just want to mention, I thought that 47 also sends some new testimony, is it? Especially the council member and his people.
I think that goes back to Mark's point from earlier, no?
Testimony did come in, yes.
About, what was the testimony?
Well, they were talking about, in a word, keeping the entire councilman district intact, which is not a possibility.
Oh, okay.
I think that there was just a testimony about placing parts of the Diker Heights into Staten Island as well.
And Michael, chime in but we've been seeing 47 coming in the last week, 3-4 days, as early as this morning. We're still getting a couple of testimony emails.
Yes, it's the testimony that I described earlier regarding the boundaries they had wished for the current 47.
Right.
And to Commissioner Mateo's point, there was one piece of testimony regarding Diker as well, wanting to go to 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't want to ignore Commissioner Mateo, so thank you, Michael, for picking up on that.
Exactly.
And as much as we don't want to, I just, because of the 5% deviation, as Monsignor said, this is the only solution that we see.
That is correct. That's why, again, I want to always be very clear about Commissioner Schnall's point, but also the other points that were raised by the commissioners as well. All righty, let's move on.
So I'm not going to be able to entertain my request for the bottom of 47 and 48. Mark did something to 44 that now precludes that. Is that what I'm being told?
No, the issue here is that to add these houses, this block, I'll zoom in more.
Warbass.
The Warbass houses, which is just this section in here. It would bring District 48 to 3% around overpopulated. And as we can only have, as currently drawn with the map, 2.5% overpopulated, we would have to lose that population out somewhere else, which we could look at putting population into 44. We could look at other districts, but it's not just a single change. We could, undo the change we made at Homecrest, but yeah.
Around.
Yeah, essentially.
I don't think it's impossible.
If 48 takes the Wabash houses, we just need to shed some population from 48 somewhere else, whether that's to 47, 44, 46, 45 at the top, whatever it is, preferably not the VRA districts, but we just need to shed population. 44 looks like the most reasonable area to shed it to, because 44 obviously can take the population. So if we were to entertain that, we would have to look at where we could take out of 48 probably into 44 in order to make the switch work.
Commissioners, if I may, just to reiterate, the testimony from 44 originally as well was to keep Midwood as intact as possible. So if you're shedding from 48 going into Midwood or adding more into 44 might be an option consistent with the public testimony.
Yeah, that we could definitely drop that line down in Midwood a bit, and grab some more Midwood into 44 by moving that 3,000 that way. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd like to see that done. I really
Now,
would like to see that.
I have reservations. The 48 has been carefully drawn, joining with 44. And again, I reiterate my comments earlier, which unfortunately Michael missed. He can watch them on YouTube. And that is, these are really moves to benefit one person, not a community. And if the population worked, I would certainly entertain it, but they don't. And again, we're at a point where we're just creating more problems for ourselves when we should be heeding the learned comments of the chair and our executive director, which is, move on.
Michael.
And so I am I'm concerned about this, these surgical moves here. I don't think they're
with
necessary.
all due respect, Mark, you just made a surgical move. So I think we're all entitled to our surgical moves. And I think that communities of interest like these houses, which have a high preponderance of the Russian population, are being separated from the rest of Brighton Beach. I don't understand why you'd be opposed to that.
Well, I'm not. And as I explained before, 10 years ago, when the current, most of the current portion of 48 was designed, it was designed to include most, if not all, of the Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish population in Brighton Beach and in Sheepshead Bay. I went through a lengthy discussion about the history. But these are moves that have been encouraged by a single person for his benefit. If the population moved the meter to the variance, we would we'd be going in that direction, but it doesn't. It expands it, and the suggestion that I had for moving the boundary of 44 and 47 was based on the rational fact that we had the boundary at Avenue Y, which sliced up a residential neighborhood, and I thought it was more appropriate to be at Avenue X, which is a commercial corridor with bus routes and a subway stop. So that's why I
in the process.
That's why
in the process put a sitting. In the process, put a sitting elected official in another district. So let's be real, Mark. I mean, I know what you did. I know you did that.
Hold on. Where one is located or not should not be our primary issue. I mean, I understand, again.
With all due respect, Chair, he's opposing a surgical move to reunite a community of interest. When I wasn't on the call, I understand that there was a surgical move that was done for a few intentions that, are less than on the up and up here. So I would suggest that the discussion ends on this, Mark, and that I get to entertain what I'd like to propose and see what the rest of the commission feels about it. And then
I was going to round out my conversation by saying, by focusing on directly an individual versus a commissioner raising a question as far as an option and then exploring that, to me is something totally different. So that's where I was going with my point. So as we've done in the past, and we did last night, we're doing now, entertaining what the commissioner is asking us to do. That's all.
And just if I may, Commissioner, to respond to Michael's comments, I have immense respect for Michael's comments and his suggestions in this process. But I will, 2 points I wanted to make. One is, he said, I just moved an incumbent council member. Indirectly, yes, I have. I've moved him back into his current district. That's point one. Point two, Michael is talking about with the war-based houses, reuniting them. And I would just point out that this development was in 47 and continues to be in 47. And the suggestion now is to move it into 48. So we're not reuniting it into we're putting it into a new council district, and it's setting off the population. And with that, we'll move to how this might be accomplished, this proposal by Commissioner Shaw might be accomplished.
Fine. Bryn, Fabian?
Yep. So I'm going to add that section into 48, and then we can see how much we need to take out to make 48 back within deviation. So also zoom in just to double check this is the correct area in here.
You bring up the street boundaries to make sure. Okay, there we go.
Yep. So it's north of Neptune, south of Mitchell Wesson, east of 5th, west of Ocean Parkway. I believe that's all of the houses, but just someone chime in if that isn't. So that's 2,900 people. That would make District 48 3.7% over. So we just have to find around that same amount or a little less.
Yeah, I think we have to get 800 to 1,000
okay,
to get it out, but might be a little higher than that, but I don't think it's too much to get it below 2.5.
So looking at the current lines drawn in 2013, we could go and try to move back this section here, but this does follow Ocean Parkway, and so I know that's a solid line. Or we could see if we wanted to add more of Midwood into 44.
Bryn, can
yes.
we look at that top portion as a possibility?
Yes.
And then what was the piece that I looked at earlier? Remember I brought up something earlier? I don't know if it impacts any of this.
Yeah, that's up in District 40 and 44. So a little further north, but
what are the unofficial boundaries of Midwood? How far west does it go?
So from the city's definition, it sends it to Nostrand pretty much.
Yeah. That would probably be too much population, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that would be way more. Yeah.
I'm assuming we'll be able to grab 2 or
Is
3
it that
blocks.
44 needs more now, or you need to get out of 48, or both?
We need to get out of 48. Yeah.
48.
Yeah, 48 needs to shed. 44 just is the most reasonable place to shed it without affecting array districts.
So could you do a little bit of trimming on 48 and on 45 to sort of get Midwood more whole, or no? Because 45 is still below, right? So you actually
45 is pretty much at the lowest it can be.
Okay.
And could we bring in 48 and some of that 40 then?
40 is another
Well,
VRA.
That's what I brought up earlier, right?
40 is VRA.
So keep in mind, we only need to take population out of 38 in order to make the deviations work.
In
We
48.
can revisit 45, 40, all these other ones, but at the moment, we need to first remove the population from 48, and then we can go next step. If you want to look at 40 and 45, we can do that. But first, we need to get 48 down to a population that's under 2.5%.
Yeah. So this amount of these are 5 blocks between Avenue M and N and 24th and 19th Street, that we can take out of 48 and put into 44. We can also look at taking that population over here, still in Midwood, between Avenue O and N, west of like East 16th. Is there any preference?
I don't know.
48,
I wanna-
44.
Mark knows this district better than I do, so I want to see if he has an opinion on this.
And John, weigh in as well.
I was saying 44, 48, swap there. If we start,
Yeah, we just have to choose where we want to swap. So
right,
I
anywhere
can take
along
this
there.
section here. So
If you want to be consistent with testimony, as maps that have been previously submitted from 44, it would be to expand exactly where you're expanding into the Midwood area as opposed to south.
and I could even look at taking this entire section,
Hmm.
what that would do. So if we want, we can have 44 extend all the way along Avenue N. So that would make District 48's northern border Avenue N instead of Avenue M. And that would send 44 to 7th Street.
Somebody needs to mute. Someone needs to mute, please.
Thanks.
All right, let's get this train moving because
All right. So should I add this section in as
Hit it,
well?
hit it. As long as it balances the deviation and population between 44 and 48.
Okay.
They're still okay?
Yep. So now District 44 is 0.6 over. District 48 is 2.19 over. District 44's boundary is Ocean Ave to Avenue M, then east to 27th, and then along Avenue N, and then District 48. This is northern boundary is Avenue N.
Okay.
And then we have the
all right, so hold on. Let's
houses
just,
down here.
we're good. So Mark, Michael, and Josh, you're the three that I've heard the most in this particular area. What are you saying at this point based on this?
I'm okay. I just want to hear what how Mark feels about the lowering of that line on top of 48.
Mark, if you're talking, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the interest of moving this process along, that, let's move this along.
Okay. Josh?
I was just chiming in based on the testimony earlier from that up into 40. So I thought if it could make an impact there, fine. So.
Okay, let's move.
And just to answer Josh, yeah, I agree, but as John and the chair mentioned, the 45 and 40 are, some of our important districts that we really, if we're going to tinker with them, there needs to be, a round robin trade.
Yeah.
And that trade has to align with the demographics of the majority community of interest in those districts. So what may be a good move for one district, how do we then backfill the population in there? So, this.
I think that's the puzzle we've been doing the whole time. I
Yeah,
get
and this was, and that area that you were looking at before was kind of a trade to get more of Midwood, which seemed to be the more pressing a priority. We got as much as we could possibly do without impacting, because you look at those numbers for 45, they are right at the variance. So
Can I do this, folks? Because I think we have accomplished so far a significant amount and stayed within our deviation needs and done several surgical moves. We, unfortunately for all of us, and we understand the implications, but we had to do it, did a crossover from Staten Island to Brooklyn as well. So we're there in various points of sensitivity that we had to handle so far. What is next?
Can we go to the crossover between the Bronx and Manhattan?
Are we finished with Brooklyn? Ms. Monsignor, before, I just want to wrap up Brooklyn. We're wrapping up Brooklyn. Okay.
Yeah, I second the notion. I'd like to see the Council District 8.
Yep, I'm with you. Ready to go. Let's do it.
Do it.
Before we move from Brooklyn, I think there was some testimony about the Asian district line from the first map, the preliminary map. And we haven't gone over that yet. Okay. There was quite a lot of testimony about the Asian district lines from the preliminary map, about securing the new Asian district in Brooklyn without the gerrymander of Coney Island plus Bay Ridge that came in the second set of maps. So can we go over that?
So I can kind of explain why these districts look the way they are, if that's what you're asking for, Commissioner.
Yes, please.
Okay, so District 43 is obviously drawn to create a performing Asian majority district to reflect the concentration of voting population in this area. And because there is no district that follows these boundaries currently, the other districts around it will have to be changed to reflect that. So we see District 38, we took out this section of Sunset Park and a little bit of Dyker Heights from the currently existing District 38. So that means District 38 has to expand a little bit, which we did in Park Slope slightly, and then also into Dyker Heights. It also means that District 47 had to expand a little south in here. And then because of the new 5% deviation law, we were required to, we're required to cross over at some point in the city between the boroughs, and in this plan we have from Staten Island into Brooklyn. So all that does is that you now have district, what is currently drawn as District 43, 47, 38, and 44 have to be reconfigured to allow District 43 to exist. And the way we did that is that we tried to maintain District 38's Hispanic voting age population and citizen voting age population, respect the Jewish and Russian and Ukrainian communities in 44 and 48. And so what we're left with is, and also respect the boundaries of Bay Ridge and keep the neighborhood whole in one district. So after doing all that, what we're left with is the Coney Island, Gravesend, parts of Bath Beach, and Bay Ridge. And so that's why we have these two areas connected. We did a lot of moving around of these parts, trying to maintain, follow the Voting Rights Act and also maintain communities of interest, which are some of our highest, and also the deviation, which are our highest criteria. And that is basically how this Bay Ridge, Coney Island, Gravesend, District 47, as drawn in our revised plan, came about. And Dr. Handley's analysis has shown that District 43 is an effective Asian opportunity district. And so if we do change the lines, we really need to be careful to not really decrease that Asian population from this district.
So there is basically no way that we can just maintain the Asian district without Coney Island and Bay Ridge.
Yeah, the other main option we had was in our preliminary draft, which was when we did Bay Ridge and Sunset Park. That's pretty much without majorly affecting, because again, we're also bound by District 40, 45, and 46. Those are other VRA districts, opportunity black districts that we really can't touch the boundary of. So we're pushed in by that and the water, and there's not much else that we can do to move these districts around. And also when you draw a district that does not really reflect any currently existing district, that means at least one currently existing district will be radically changed, because if you're creating a new district, you're losing a district. But to put it very bluntly.
Commissioner, I don't want to bypass your point, but also I want to make sure we touch on the D8, District 8 as well. But I think Britton laid out the steps that took us to this very complicated but important part of the map drawing that allowed us to create this district.
Yes, I just wanted some clarification as to all this testimony that came after that district. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, D8.
I just want to note for the record that there were proponents of the unity map, and I think based on our racial bloc voting analysis, the unity map isn't sufficient to help Asian Americans elect an Asian candidate, and that creating a performing district is the only way to go. And I stand on the record for that. I applaud the efforts to create a new district.
Yes.
Can I just ask to look at one other thing, please? Because the Jewish community, I just want to see the Williamsburg area, because that's my neighborhood over there. There was some testimony, just, I don't know if we can look at quickly to see if it would change
Of course.
deviations. The Williamsburg community was mentioned that the Hasidic community was cut, and I know it's a pretty big community I live on the north side, but the south side there. So I don't know if that was looked at in terms of the testimony that was given.
So from my recollection, the main testimony was that this triangle here, the Broadway triangle, so this is Broadway, Union, and Flushing Ave. This triangle here is currently in District 33 under the currently drawn 2013 lines. And then in our revised plan, it's moved into District 34 as while District 34 isn't a majority Hispanic seat, it's a plurality seat, and we tried to maintain its Hispanic population.
Can you zoom in so I can see those streets, because I know that area pretty well. Because that's like, I don't know if it's quite as large a community as South Brooklyn's Jewish community, but it's pretty big.
So this is Broadway, Union, and Flushing.
Yeah, so is that I guess called triangle, not part of the Williamsburg district, which I see is 33?
Yeah, under the 2013 lines, the currently existing lines, it is in 33, and then in our revised plan, we have it in District 34.
So it was
in 30.
Yeah, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that ends up going to 34 because of Hispanic VAP numbers in 34. If you can turn on the
because I think if you can put it back into 33, it makes sense to be in 33.
So the reason it was removed and put into 34 is because we were trying to keep the Hispanic VAP in 34, at least where it is. And you can see this triangle has a heavier Hispanic population.
Do you have what color? I'm sorry. What color?
Purple is Hispanic.
Yeah. So you can see there's a lot of dark and light purple in there, and that's what.
Do you break out Jewish?
Can you give Josh the breakdown, please?
Yeah. Do you break out Jewish or no?
We don't have Jewish as a number in this. We have we can see it. So Brenda can show the Jewish map.
Give me 1 second.
As well.
Okay, so you can see the red is the more heavily Jewish voting population.
Ooh,
and so
it's hard to tell. Sorry, where that triangle is.
So right now.
I'm zooming in. So the triangle is, if you see my cursor, it's Union and then these two green lines. So while there is, and you can see my my key here, it's 5 to 18% Jewish voting population. So it's not as heavily Jewish as this
That-
other area of South
That
Williamsburg,
green
but
line though is Broadway.
this green line is Broadway, yes.
Is there, yeah, I mean, I know that area. That's from my chiropractor. I think personally it makes a lot of sense to put those together. I mean, obviously there was testimony there, but if that could work, that I think would be a no-brainer.
So I'll just I'll just show what it looks like if we do that switch.
Can you
I'll bring this
read,
back.
please, can you read those testimony, at least summarize it, what it says there? Somebody there?
Basically, if someone else wants to answer, please do. But basically, the testimony is that the Hasidic community in South Williamsburg wants to be in one district, which currently is mostly District 33. And part of that community is this triangle here, east of Union Ave, north of Flushing, and south of Broadway. And that's how it is under the current 2013 lines. The community also extends south here to DeKalb, in Bed-Stuy, and then here the current lines have it in this area in Williamsburg too, but we added this area to District 34 as well. And the reason we added this triangle here and this kind of triangle here to District 34 from District 33 is one, for just population reasons, but also because District 33's Hispanic population decreased, and we wanted to try to maintain the Hispanic VAPs and CVAP in District 34. Because even though it's not a majority district, it is it has a high percentage of Hispanic population, and
and that district has been represented by a Hispanic council member for the last 40 years. That's Bushwick.
Yes.
You're looking at Hispanic Bushwick. That's
John, also this triangle, the majority, I think kind of super majority are Spanish.
well, that's the reason why they moved.
Yeah, there is
That triangle?
Yeah.
Yes, currently, yes.
So this triangle is,
Yeah, give me this.
it is 23% Hispanic. And if you remember looking at the map of the Jewish population, I'll go back to this and also mention CVAP. So that's VAP. It's 21% Hispanic CVAP. So around 23%. And if we go back to looking at the map of Jewish voting population, this triangle, I'll zoom in a little more, is this very light gray maroon color. That's at most, this is what we were received as testimony, that's at most 18%. So this triangle is more Hispanic than Jewish.
So you're saying the color, the light color represents a lower, that's Jewish? This color
yes. So if you look on the left of my screen, you see it's 5 to 18%.
Oh, I see. But that's Jewish.
Yeah,
that
that's
color
Jewish.
part.
Yes.
So I wonder why. Okay.
So Grace just put a question into the chat.
Yes, I guess my question was just, trying to balance these two considerations of the Jewish community with, the Hispanic demographics here. If we had to view it from like a community of interest perspective, does anybody have any insight into this Broadway triangle area in terms of the community and where it would better align?
There is Spanish is over 20%, and this is 5 to 6.
I mean, I guess visually speaking, I thought it was a no-brainer Hasidic. I'm actually surprised it's Latino, but I guess the question is, could it be 20% Latino and 80% Hasidic? Is it? It might be, because what else is the ethnicity that we break out? Black?
So if I could comment. In that area, historically, it has been more Hispanic. You've had gentrification going on in Williamsburg, right? Commissioner Schneps, you said you're familiar with that area.
North side, I can't deny that.
Major, right? And the Orthodox community is expanding in that area too. Anybody that knows that area.
Yeah.
So, but historically, that has been part of a community of interest, Hispanic major community. And that's why I pointed out it's not accidental that it has been represented for the last 30, 40 years, cycles by, and even Commissioner Wurzel, you could chime in also, because previous commissioners have drawn that same district. There are two on the north side. Bushwick runs along the Queens border. It's right on the other side is Ridgewood, which is now heavily Hispanic, hugging the Brooklyn border. The Brooklyn-Queens border is a very heavily Hispanic corridor. And both on the Brooklyn side are represented by two, up until, they are now, by
Well, I hear what you're
Council
saying,
Manning.
but wouldn't that, I hear what you're saying, but you said that's where the line was before. So if the line was there before, why shouldn't it?
Yeah, the current
that matter?
2012, the current 2012, 2013 lines is that green line. So the triangle was in 33 and has been moved to 34 in the revised plan.
Right. That's what I'm basically getting at is it was part of that district already. So you're saying something about a Hispanic elected official, but
Well,
that
if
person was elected official in Bushwick, they wouldn't have had that triangle anyway.
If I may, this is Michael again. Regarding the Broadway Triangle as a community of
That's
interest,
true.
we talked about the population in there, but the letters that we received from the Orthodox community there really outlined the number of yeshivas and shuls that were concentrated in that triangle as being an important part of the community. So I think when they were talking about this as being an important part of their community, it was not just the population itself, but also the institutions within the triangle that they wanted to maintain within 33.
Fabian, could you, just so we're all on the same page, could you read off 34's Hispanic VAP and CVAP
Yeah,
under
so
the revised plan?
The current 34, just so everyone, I want to kind of be, current 34 is 40.7% Hispanic VAP. That's the current line. The
Sorry, can you
revised
repeat
plan,
that?
40.7. The current that is 2013 lines, current 34. The revised plan we have has it at 38.8. So Bryn, if we were to make this change, what does it change?
It would be 39.1.
So it actually would increase the Latino VAP.
And then the issue is that then we would 33. So I think the answer to why this was put originally in 34 is that 33 was the largest district in the city. It was 20% overpopulated. So we needed to take a lot of population out. This was one of the areas we took out. If we add this back in.
Bryn, can you put the map back up?
Oh, yeah.
We still see the.
So
just I think it might be helpful to add it back, the Broadway Triangle back to 33.
Yeah.
And then we can see where we would need to pull the population out of 33 to 34 in order to make that work again.
Yeah. So if I take this out,
How many
34.
How many people are we looking at?
That's 4,717.
Yeah, 4,700 people.
So now District 34 is at it was around 39% Hispanic VAP by taking this out, and it's 2.4% under. So
we need to grab about 1,000 people, maybe 1,200 people out of 33 now.
Yeah,
to 34.
and we shouldn't add that to 34 because there's no other. This is the most Hispanic area on 34 and 33's border. So we may want to look at 39 and 33 and grabbing 1,000 people or so.
Don't go to 39 because then, we just.
Well, that's, I will say.
Right, and the two below it are two VRA districts.
Yeah,
you don't want to start
touch this
eating
border
away
either.
with those.
So wasn't that part of the whole, that was part of the original discussion when we were going through this. as part
Right. So our best bet to release the population in 33, the reason Bryn said 39 is because 34, we want to keep that high VAP Hispanic. If we put it to 34, it's going to decrease that. 36 is a VRA district. We don't want to touch that. And 35 is also a high black VAP, and we want to kind of keep that where it is. So the most logical conclusion then, left over is 39, which is not a VRA district, and so also has a low enough population where it can take the population out of 33, and it wouldn't negatively impact any VRA considerations or anything of that nature. That's the reason Bryn had suggested it. So Bryn can show you these 4 blocks he just grabbed. If we
Take
took
a look.
those 4 blocks,
Let's take a look.
that would.
Yeah, so if we grab
Before you
this-
do that, I'm just taking a look at 36, and the northern part of 36, at least on the heat map I have on redistricting and you, shows a majority, some majority Hispanic blocks up in the north. Maybe we could just.
And then send a finger from 34 into that community?
No, it's 34. You don't even need to extend a finger. You see how it, at the north, it then angles down. But
Are you coming west of Broadway? Yes, you're
Yes.
sending a finger in there.
Yes.
Well, that Broadway, that's a natural
Okay.
boundary.
Broadway's a natural boundary, but.
Yes.
But I'm just wondering if you could just recapture a little population there.
Are you talking,
So-
Commissioner Gore, are you talking about the place that is west of the Marcy district, housing development right there, to the west of that, Bryn? West of the red line, that, are you talking about that?
I think she's talking about taking 34 west
Yeah.
of Broadway to grab here. We
Yeah,
don't
sticking
need to
a
add
finger
any
in
more to
there.
34. We just
Coming
need to
west
take-
of Broadway.
We need to take population out of 33.
Those are the
Yes, just grabbing.
No, not a good idea.
36 is also
Yeah.
just at majority black. So
Yeah, no, we
No, but
And that's the natural boundary between 2 community boards, Broadway.
okay.
Community Board 4 is on the east side of Broadway, going all the way down to East New York. And Community Board 3 is on the west side of that,
so let's explore what Bryn was originally looking at.
39, you said?
And Chair, also the deviation is within the tolerance level, I think.
Yeah.
This
if we add these blocks
Yeah,
from
yeah, so we'll leave
33
it
to
like that too,
39.
because it will be within the tolerance level.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say. Okay, let's go. Bryn.
Okay. So if we add these 4 blocks, this is like Borum Hill area. This is Bergen Street between Nevins and is this 6th or no, 4th? Bergen and St. Mark's between Nevins and 4th, and then St. Mark's and this is all covered up. It's another 2 blocks here. Let me turn this up 1 second. Between all these lines are covering. Between Wyckoff and Warren, between Hoyt and Court Street.
What is the population then?
It's around 4,000 and
The other was 4,700. So that's good.
yeah. Oh, this is actually, it's only 1,600, so 33 would be 2.49% over. So that's within our deviation. It's probably the highest.
Yeah, that's the highest of deviation.
Yeah, and if you
Yeah.
wanted to, you can bring that line across a
Yeah.
couple more blocks just above the Gowanus. Yeah, and would that still be okay with deviation if we did this?
Yeah, so now that would make 39 1.1% over and 33 2.1% over.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna double check because even though 39 isn't a majority of any one race or ethnicity, just want to double check, Fabian, compared to the current lines. So as
Current
drawn here-
lines 39.
Oh, sorry, as our revised plan 39. Sorry.
Current line, revised plan 39 is 14.8% Hispanic, 13.1% Asian.
Okay, this is 14.8% Hispanic and 13.2% Asian.
So it stays
So,
basically the
okay.
same.
Basically the
Yeah.
same.
We good?
Folks,
No problem.
Josh,
Looks good.
I accept it if that
Josh.
Asiatic community comes together, they are not a bad idea.
Okay, Josh? If you're talking, you're muted then. Josh? Want to lock it down?
Well, I'm gonna speak for Josh. I think that in the interest of maintaining the unique of this community together, and I think that it's very important for the Hasidic community to keep this triangle, we should proceed with this change.
So supporting the change, right?
Yes.
Let's lock
I
it.
am.
Lock it.
Good.
All right. Thanks, Josh, for raising it. All right, let's move.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question of Bryn and Fabian?
Please.
Go to 34, the crossover section. There was a portion of the crossover that.
Oh, into Queens, Ridgewood?
Yeah,
Ridgewood.
the Ridgewood crossover. And in the.
Turn on current lines. Turn on current lines, Brent.
So there's that little pocket there that for some reason, you know, at the last second got restored to District 30. Can you recall why that was?
Are you talking about in here?
Yeah, Brent, why don't you turn on the VAP?
Revised, the
If
latest.
that was, it might have been, it was just lower Hispanic. It might have been a population thing. I couldn't tell you without.
Yeah,
It looks
this
like it's
is
just lower Hispanic.
Yeah. So I can just show quickly what that looks like if we add it back into 34.
No. I just wanted you know,
Just asking a point of
institutional memory. What was that? Why was that added back in?
Yeah, let me see what because we also have the preliminary plan lines.
Might have smoothed out that street.
Well, it did.
Yeah.
It actually, you know, it actually made it jagged edge, not smooth.
I think that was
visually.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think Fabian's right. That was mostly just done to help bolster 39's Hispanic VAP and CVAP.
34s.
You mean
34. Yes, 34.
Okay.
My apologies.
That's a good idea. That's
Hey,
a good
folks,
It needs some bolstering now.
Hold on. We need to get to District 8. I mean, we've been.
Yes.
Let's do District 8 because I know that's been raised before. It's been raised again.
Got to get to it.
D8. Let's go.
Let me make it a little easier to see. So District 8 is this teal color. It's our crossover between Manhattan and the Bronx.
Commissioner Soren.
Okay, so I think that I had stated quite a few times ad nauseum about the disappointment and how we lost so much of our district from the Bronx into Manhattan. But I know there was a lot of discussion about keeping the Hispanic population. I just, you know, it still remains a major issue. Plus, I had some changes based on conversations with residents and some of the elected officials that we impacted in District 16 and 17. And maybe by moving that would probably help District 8. I'm not sure.
Why don't you take it? Go run with it.
So I'm looking at, if we start at District 16, excuse me, we removed Cortona Park South from District 16 and put it in 17. And that technically should remain in 16.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. A lot of labels. So Crotona Park South. So like this area,
If you move it closer, unfortunately,
yes.
my glasses aren't working as well as they should. Okay.
So this is Crotona Park. This street is Crotona Park South. This is Fulton Ave, which is the current boundary in our revised plan between 16 and 17.
Okay, so
And then Franklin
17 draws to 16 on that level, Crotona Park South. So if we were to give that, where's the map prior to the, is this the map we have now?
This is
Versus-
the current revised plan, and then these lines here that you see, this is the 2013 current lines. So the ones that are currently in effect.
Right, so if I'm not mistaken, the part I'm talking about is that corner jagged edge above that up closer to the line where Crotona Park is, correct. We moved that into 17.
Yes,
And it
so
was originally in 16.
yeah, so is there any street boundary? Do you want me to go to like Boston Road?
Go down, I'm so sorry. I made
No,
notes and they're in
all
my
good.
office and I'm working from home today, so I apologize. If you come closer, that would make my life so much easier.
All right, let me turn off this. So
The parts that we had with Crotona, right, that originally were from 2013.
yep, that's this.
And that we took, right, so we took that portion away around the park and gave it to 17. 16 wants it back.
Okay.
So if we go down, what's that street I'm looking at?
So this
that
is
street right there, what street is that?
170th,
I'm sorry?
East 170th.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes. So if I grab just along the park,
That's correct.
okay. So this arm coming out, that's around 1,600 people. It would put 16 slightly over the 2.5%. So we would have to do a little, we could
So
have like,
17 can go closer into, because we gave 17 the Bronx River houses. We can go further in if that's where we need to take some, if that's possible, without reducing 16 getting back their areas around the park.
Bryn, can you double check that NYCHA development that's teal is not
This?
part of the one, the teal above it? I just
Yeah.
want to double check that because they're the same
Yeah.
color and they're very close together, and I want to make sure they're not the same.
Give me 1 second.
So can you zoom in on the small one that's in 17?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
You
so
are
that, I just
right.
want to make sure it's different. Understood. Thank you.
No, it's that's the same, I think.
That's
It is?
NYCHA?
It's Claremont
That's
Parkway.
Claremont Parkway, Franklin Ave, and I think this is Claremont Parkway, Franklin Ave.
Can you double check that?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't want to split it. If we're splitting a development,
Yep.
maybe.
No,
Yeah,
no
okay,
problem.
so
Good
we
eye.
are splitting. That was something we didn't catch before, so glad we're actually looking at this now. We may want to consider putting that small block into 16 as well, because that is part of the NYCHA development that's up on the northern
Yeah.
part.
Yes, and there is testimony as to that, as to suggesting that we put the NYCHA complex into District 16.
There you go.
Okay. So
We're
I can
all in
add this.
agreement.
And then we just need to find not too many people, a couple hundred people to take out of 16, and it doesn't have to go back into 17. We could even put it into District 8 if we want to expand District 8's footprint in the Bronx. But I'm going to make this change, and then we'll just keep working on testimony and make sure we balance everything out as we're going.
Bryn, what's that street that was the original that we just cut out? That's right. Yeah,
This-
that one right there. Yeah.
This is Fulton Ave.
Holton Ave.
No, Fulton. I think.
Fulton Ave. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, Fulton Ave.
So now we need to shed a little population, as Bryn said, from 16, not too much, but some.
Yeah.
We can shed that to any of the surrounding districts, 14, 15, 17, or 8, depending on which way you wanted to do that.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself here, muted. Can we test it out with 8 to see if we can get back some of our,
And Bryn, can you double check that the area we're going to grab is, I think it's all pretty Hispanic, but just double checking.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So if you want, I know we did have some discussion around this area. This is right around Yankee Stadium. So I can see what bringing the line currently. I'm gonna turn this back off because it's, we all know what it is. Currently this is East 153rd Street, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, East 153rd Street from Yankee Stadium to the park, and so I could see what bringing up to 157th Street would do.
okay.
We're not going to be able to grab all of it because 16 needs to lose about 0.67%, and 2 can only take about 0.4% of a district.
Grab the
But-
triangle first.
Yeah, the triangle first, and then we'll move some other stuff around.
And my Bronx partners, please jump in. Because I could get very opinionated on 8 and I don't want to drag us out.
Could somebody just set the stage, and Lisa, to the point, is the reason why so much of 8 is kind of going over is because Manhattan had to shed population? Is that what's driving a lot of this?
That's correct. So if we wanted to make District 8 completely even, 50% Manhattan, 50% the Bronx, the average Manhattan district outside of District 8 would have to be, I mean, I ran the numbers, 3.37% overpopulated. That means every district. And that means we'd have to go into those Brooklyn Black VRA districts and make those 1.6% under, which may reduce that, which, you know, always something we could do. Would take some more time, but
Yeah, but that's part
that's
of
the
what we-
reality.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, to play with what Lisa is talking about, let's see how that impacts 8. But Monsignor, that directly was the problem. And then the VRA districts, and you go in Brooklyn, the domino effect of that would be tremendous. And that was the challenge we had in the back and forth discussion earlier.
It will be going back to day one.
Yeah.
So the population in any of these blocks, this block doesn't have any population, but either of these 2 blocks, so between River Ave and Girard, or Girard and Walton, is too much for District 8 currently. We could also look at adding this whole triangle in and then taking out some population from District 8 and putting it into maybe District 17.
How much too much is it?
So it is 1.2% over. So about, if someone has quicker math than me, like around 1,800 people.
Yeah, it's roughly, you're over by, 15 to 2,000. Over what you would need to be.
Fabian, I just couldn't hear you.
Yeah, so you 18 to 2,000 people.
Okay.
1,800 to 2,000 people is how much over 8 would be.
In 16.
In 8.
Oh,
In
in
8.
eight. Okay.
8 would be over from
Oh,
the
okay.
max deviation
So
from the 2.5%. It would be over
Almost-
from the max deviation between 1,800 and 2,000 people from the max deviation. So
if we
that
add
would-
this triangle from 16 into 8, 16 is okay. We would just have to add part of 8 into 17. Let's say, or we could look at adding part of 8 into 9 and 5, but the 8 and 9 border is very tenuous.
Is
What
there
is
any
it?
way you could take part of that triangle?
Yes,
I was
but if I
about to
take,
say the same, make it smaller.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
one block in that triangle is already too much.
yeah,
So that already
So-
right there is too much.
But how much too much?
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. How much too
like-
much? 600?
Well, that's an
Yeah,
easy,
0.3%.
easy to find.
mhm.
600 people? Too much.
But then
one
60
thing I was gonna say,
I-
Bryn, one thing Bryn brought up, if you were to move that triangle into 8 and 8 has to shed population, I don't know what the population, without looking at it, what 5 is down below. And I don't know necessarily that you want to move 5 border, but the reality is, if you wanted to move population of Manhattan, you would do it down there. Now, 5 looks
Yeah.
like it's already pretty high, so it'd be very difficult to do
Yeah.
this without then adjusting 4 and going down the line. So I would not necessarily recommending that, but what I'm saying is, if you're moving it, all that population to 8, it has to come out somewhere. You have a few options. The most likely option is 17, because 17 has a lot of population to take. It can take, rather.
Yeah, but tell me if I'm wrong, though. I mean, part of the goal in the exercise is to deal with the percentage of residents in the Bronx as compared to Manhattan. And what you just laid out doesn't really get to that, right?
Yeah. So that's
there's a-
correct.
Yeah, it's potential you
More
might
or
be
less.
able to move, 300-400 people out of the Manhattan side, but it's not going to be a lot.
Mhm.
You're not going to be able to move like a few thousand out. It's not going to adjust the overall percentage of the
Percentages.
district that is Manhattan tremendously.
And that's how, I mean, and again, I am truly sympathetic to the conversation, but I mean, that's how I remember the conversation ended prior to closing out the discussion on the plan that was defeated, that unfortunately there is this inequity as far as the percentage distribution, and we had to be very conscious of that, and for the reasons that you laid out earlier. And so I just want us to be clear on the end goal of what we're trying to achieve. And and again, I defer to our Bronx commissioners, but with the Bronx itself, with some of the adjustments that Commissioner Soren mentioned up in 16 and 17, that really is one part of the discussion. But I think the overarching discussion around 8, tell me if I'm wrong, I think it's just difficult to achieve based on the way the map is and based on the restrictions that we have as far as VRAs and everything else going down the line, and also the shedding of the populations in Manhattan.
You're not wrong, Chair.
Could we look again at 8 where you added some of that population?
Mhm.
In that area where we added, what are there, 2 census tracts?
There are 3. So
Give me the populations of each of the census tracts.
yep. So this triangle here is 0.
Okay.
This section here is 1,121.
Okay.
And then this section here is 1,641.
Which gets us closer, the lesser or the bigger?
Can I
So
just ask the chair, I totally apologize. I mean, I barely was able to, I wasn't there yesterday, and I know we were setting it till 1, but what is the schedule today?
We're just going. We said we're gonna go. We gotta land this plane and try to come to consensus. So, I mean, I'm on and we're on until, I mean.
Chair, I just have to go for an hour, 1:30 to
Yep.
2:30.
No, I know people are being, I mean, so thanks Josh for raising that, because I mean, let me be clear in that we still have some outstanding things that we need to resolve, and we need to resolve them today. And I understand people's schedules are very flexible as far as, not, let me say it differently. People are on a schedule that may not be that flexible, but they'll be in and out. And so that's just part of the transitions that we're going to have to do. But I think we just need to continue the conversation.
Sure, I'll rejoin.
Okay.
Let me pursue. So the reason we're adding is because we made some changes with 16 and 17. Ideally, how many people do we have to add?
So we can add 0.4% of it.
Give me absolutely.
I'm trying to do the math in my head as I'm doing this. So
So
1 is 17.
8 is 176,465. Is that what it is, Bryn?
8 is 176,465. Yes.
So the max you can get to is 177,161. Okay.
I'm confused. Don't tell me all that. All I know is we made some changes with up north, and the, what is it, 16 had to shed? Is that what it?
Yes.
16 has to shed.
Okay. How much does it have to shed?
Anywhere between 800 and 2,500, I believe, Bryn.
Well, 2 of those tracks will get you to the 2,500.
But there's another question, John. How many more can 8 take before it's a problem?
8 can only take 700.
Okay.
Is there a way to minimize the change that we made up north? Minimize it or eliminate it, because I thought we were there with the Bronx.
So if I'll just read the boundary again for commissioners and for Commissioner Soren. We have along Crotona Park south and east, so that basically the park, we go from Fulton Ave along the park until let me zoom in again. Apologies. Louis 9 Boulevard, and then Boston Road,
nice,
which we follow to East 170th Street until Franklin, and that goes to East 169th Street, and then back to Fulton Ave. So this section, if we can take out this part here, that may get closer. I don't know if this was all of what Commissioner Soren wanted to add to 16. But besides that, if we want to add that section from 16 into 8, that means 16 would be good. If we add that full triangle of those 3 blocks, and then District 8 would have to lose a couple hundred people into either District 17 or District 5 and 9 in Manhattan.
Again, District 8 can take a maximum of 700 at the moment. So anything over 700 would have to take out.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
So the Cortona Park is right now in District 16 or 17, as Commissioner Soren suggested.
The park itself is in,
and the Cortona houses as well. Where are they?
So Cortona houses.
It's in neither.
Is that a NYCHA development or is that an apartment complex?
Crotona?
Crotona houses.
NYCHA.
NYCHA. Okay. I don't see it here. We have Claremont, Morris, Butler, Webster, Morsania, Bryant Ave, East 173rd.
I thought we put it in 16.
So the Claremont Parkway, Franklin Ave houses, that's this section here and this section here. We united them because these are two separate buildings that are in one NYCHA development, or at least are labeled that from what the city sent us. We put that all into 16. And then we also added this section here between 170th Street and the park, and Boston Road.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
But what it does, why we are doing that, this extension, for what reason? That will do Crotona Park area, what it will do to the demographics or anything?
Well, we won't know until we remove population from 16 because 16.
Okay, I got it. What is the target or goal? I just want to understand that.
Well, I think that before they were on District 17, and District 17 is Latino, and this NYCHA complex are African American. So if we put it back into District 16, which is a community of interest for council member Althea Stevens, I believe it will make more sense.
Okay, I got it. Beautiful. That's
Based on the testimony that I read.
Yeah. Okay, good.
You're 100% Commissioner Mateo.
Can we confirm the numbers on the demographics there?
We have to make,
because this my understanding that it's all the Bronx districts are Hispanic districts.
Yeah, so 16 and 17 are both Hispanic majority and currently performing Hispanic districts.
Correct.
In the Bronx, only District 12 is a Black performing majority district. District 13 is a performing plurality Hispanic district, and District 11 is a non-performing Hispanic plurality district. And then every other district, so 14 through 18 and District 8 is a performing Hispanic majority district.
Exactly.
Correct. So it seems to me like we're unnecessarily tinkering with the Bronx maps.
Exactly. That is what I thought.
These exchanges should be more for communities of interest because it won't affect our VRA concerns.
Correct.
I suggest we take a look at the north part of Council 8, Council District 8, and there's a little hat that sticks out into the district, into 17. Could we, what's that there?
So this, and I'll put the current lines up too. So this is currently in this section here is currently in District 8, and then we added the Adams and St. Mary's Park houses into District 8. I can't remember an exact reason off the top of my head. There was obviously a lot of moving around done.
I believe it was just population.
But yeah.
Rather, I think it's because we tried to put Longwood back together. And so as not to split up Longwood, we decided to take those two complexes and not put the finger into Longwood. I believe that is the reason it was done originally.
So you see the current lines follow the highway, Bruckner, and then also have this like finger sticking out. So we stopped it at what the city defines as the neighborhood boundary, and then.
So
I want to go back to, I'm sorry, go ahead, Judge.
Yeah, what's the population of those two projects, or the western one?
I can tell you in 1 second. My assumption is it's going to be a lot more than we will need to take out of 8.
Yeah, not just a lot more, isn't it a lot more of the population that we want in 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a considerable chunk of Bronx residents. Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is 2,700.
That's what I wanted to circle back to. I mean,
So I'm sorry, Chair.
No. That's I was going to put it back to you. Yes, Commissioner.
So, and I understand the whole going back and forth and what my other commissioners. So if the cause is that we took too much from 17 or gave 16 too much, can we go back up to that? Bring me back up to 16th on the north side, I guess. I'm learning my directions with all of you
Cortona.
here. Usually I use landmarks as points of reference. Now I'm actually using northwest, south. Okay. Where are we?
So sorry, there's a lot of lines going on here.
Brent, turn off the current lines.
Yeah, yeah. Here, so this green line is green and yellow. That's 16's boundary. So we added this section here,
Okay.
and the old line was just right here.
Okay, but the Cortona Park in the original 2013 was part of District 16, which is probably why everybody wants it back, right? So
The Cortona Park went all the way out to here. This is 16's current 2013 boundaries.
right, so we took a lot away from them. So my question then would be, is there a way to reduce the number so we don't impact 8 so much without losing all of Cortona to 16? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we can basically any block on the border of 16 and 8, any single block is too large to add into 8. It just makes 8 overpopulated, which is okay if we look to take population out of 8 elsewhere, perhaps in Manhattan, perhaps between 8 and 17. So if we wanted to make this change and keep 16 within deviation,
right?
Let me show you let's see what that would look like. So it would be, we would only be able to add these 3 blocks. So between Franklin and Fulton, north of 169th, south of the park. So this rectangle here would be a new addition to 16 from our revised plan.
And that red area would go back to 17.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that kind of defeats the purpose of the request. What
Where's
about
the area
taking
that the request
apart?
is?
I'm sorry?
Can you circle with the mouse the area that was requested?
So it's
That-
here, it's
from
this
170th?
red,
Right.
yeah.
All of that?
Right, just the Cortona. So I'm thinking that if we just do, I can't see that red line to the east, the little red line, right?
Right here.
That red block there. What happens if we keep that in 17, that little piece?
So this is still here. So if this goes back to 17,
Yeah.
then 16 is over by 2.9%. So we could also look at, moving a boundary down here, putting that back into 17 as well.
Could you straighten that line where it zags? I don't know what it is.
In here, Commissioner?
Up.
Here?
Yeah, there. Can you straighten?
I just want to reiterate my objection to any unnecessary changes in the Bronx. And I believe Commissioner Porcher was also in agreement that we should not change the Bronx anymore.
I wouldn't push back against the head of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce when it comes to the Bronx.
Ooh, my position
Right?
holds some weight.
Yeah, you know it.
With all due
Mrs.
respect,
Bronx.
with all due respect.
With Mrs. Bronx.
Of course, Commissioner Collado, none is taken. I'm just trying to figure out 16 and 17, especially 16. We did so many changes back and forth. I want to make sure we're doing a lot of work in 16 because of all the changes and the zonings and everything. I want to make sure that we don't impact it by moving lines that will impact the work that's happening for commercial corridors. So, And in having
So-
some of the conversations, that's where these changes are coming from. So I'm just respectfully asking that giving them back Crotona Park South, joining the housing that belongs together makes sense if we can tweak some of the surrounding areas. District 8, I kind of waved the white flag. And I'll play nice in the sandbox. I'm just trying to figure out in the best interest of 16 based on all the work that's happening moving forward.
Understood.
Well,
And I appreciate your argument here. My concern is just that we don't tinker unnecessarily and then create more issues down the line, as tends to happen with these changes.
So
Yeah.
can I, as a non-Bronx person, just make this suggestion that I heard Commissioner Soren make an important point, and really we want to minimize any impact on D8. But at the same time, based on the way she just laid out the reason why, how do we do 16 and 17 with minimal impact and not having the bouncing around effect that we've talked about before?
Yeah.
Perfectly stated,
So
Chair.
what Bryn just did, you see those red areas? Bryn, can you explain what you just did?
Yeah. So kind of to the Monsignor's point, cleaning up lines, which, we'll have to zoom in and see what this is. But if I take this red triangle and this red kind of rectangle out of 16 and put it into 17, then we can leave this Crotona Park South piece in 16 and the districts are balanced and we don't touch anything else. And I'll just kind of zoom in and read these boundaries. So this is between East 162nd and 163rd, and each of these, Cortland Ave and I can't read that. Cortland Ave and Fulton Ave, I believe. And then
I think it's Boston.
Is this Boston? Right
Well,
here?
maybe not. I can't read it there.
It's a little further west from Boston. And then up here, we would add this triangle here, which is between Franklin and 3rd and 167th.
So population wise, I think that will be even.
And yeah, then it makes brings 16.
So I think then Commissioner Soren, whatever she wants,
Bryn, we lost you. There we go.
if she's happy, we are happy.
Oh,
Yeah, those changes specifically would put 16 and 17 back on population deviation. They'd be okay. So just
Good.
specifically those two changes Bryn has, those red parts right there.
So what do the districts look like? I mean, I am fine if that.
We lost Bryn.
No, Bryn is there.
I'm still here. It's the map.
We lost the map. We lost the map.
Yeah.
His internet's cut out, so he'll get back in just a moment. It'll be okay.
The internet said it needed to take a bathroom break. That's what it was.
Here we are.
Hey, Lisa, are you comfortable with that swap?
I absolutely am.
Okay. Very good, very good.
Lock it.
I would like to confirm just the changes to 16 after we do the changes.
Yes.
Of course, Jovan. Oh, yeah, no. I'm just saying, let's lock it. Let's see what it looks like, and then let's get to the other Bronx commissioners and.
Okay. So our exchange, we only touched 16 and 17.
Correct.
We
Yeah, that's better.
exchanged this section here, it's between 162nd and 163rd Street, Cortland, and basically Washington Ave. It's Elton Ave.
Elton, that's it.
Elton Ave here. This diagonal part of Elton, and then also this triangle here, which is Franklin Ave on the east, 3rd Ave on the west, and 167th on the north. So those were taken out of the revised plans 16 and put into 17 in exchange for this arm here.
In 16.
Crotona Park.
Which is moving from 17 to 16, Crotona Park South. So that's from 169th Street on the south, you go up Franklin Ave, and then across 170th Street to Boston Road, then Louis 9 Road to the park, and back over to Fulton Ave.
And that's basically giving 16 back a lot of what they had before, to some degree.
And how
Yes,
does,
to some degree.
Okay.
sorry, and how does that impact the VAPs?
Yes.
So I have the current, or so you talking about current or the old revised plan?
I guess I'd like to figure out the impacts of both.
Okay. So I can tell you for 16, the current 2013 lines, 16 is 59.5% Latino VAP, Hispanic VAP. The revised plan had it at 61.7, and now, Bryn?
61.7.
So it stayed the same as our old revised. And then for 17, the 2013 lines had it at 64.3. Our revised plan has it at 65.4. And what is it now, Bryn?
65.4.
So we didn't change anything from the last version of our plan. Essentially, it stayed the same from our last version of our plan.
Thank you for that. And what about the black VAP and CVAP, or just the VAP actually?
Sure. So in 16, in 2013, the black VAP was 35%. In the revised plan, it was 32.3, and Bryn?
32.4.
So it went up slightly. And then for 17, in 2013, it was 30.3. The revised plan had it at 29.1.
And this is at 29.
So it stays.
So an exchange of 0.1% black VAP.
Went from 17 to 16. Right.
Yovan?
Yes, thank you for that.
No. Are you fine? Yovan, are you okay?
I'm gonna have to put a pin on that. Can we come back to this later?
I'm not sure. Yeah, think about it, but I mean, I'm not putting pressure anywhere, but we are, the number of pins we have to start to take out and coalesce around, because we still have a couple of other places to go. But yeah, of course.
But Chair, I thought the Commissioner Son, she said that this makes sense.
Yep.
To the previous one. So I think why we are putting a pin now? You don't like it?
I just want to be respectful to Yovan, who is also a Bronx commissioner.
I know.
And I think maybe some sidebar conversation may take place between Yovan and Commissioner Soren that I don't want to interfere with. So I'll leave that part alone. But that's the only reason. But I think that the Commissioner Soren has said she's comfortable. The Commissioner.
She's the one who wanted it.
Huh?
I said she's the one who wanted it, and which is.
I understand. I respect that. Just, I'm trying to make sure we have consensus, that's all.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Commissioner Collada's concern was. I'm sorry.
He just said he wanted to put a pin in it for a second, so there has to be some type of sidebar conversation.
Oh, not with me, okay.
Yes.
With you.
You are the one.
I haven't, okay, I'll get
I
it.
said there may need to be a sidebar conversation. So
Got it.
you guys are, I just need the Bronx folks all in alignment, that's all, and Darren as well. But all right, so we have a plan. Commissioner Soren and Commissioner Collado, as well as Portia, all agreed that with 8 as it exists now, there isn't a way for us to move beyond, unfortunately, what exists now. So that is now off the table. Okay.
I should be back at 2:30. Thank you.
2:30 because it is 1:30 now. And I think part of what we have left is Commissioner Roselle. And then we also indicated with Commissioner Mateo, we would take one more look down in Lower Manhattan. So from my memory, those are the remaining pieces. Are there any other pieces that I'm missing in the Bronx that we need to tackle? Or can I, based on?
No, I'm good.
Then we'll do a check with a question mark for a second on what we just talked about with 16 and 17, and then we'll lock in the Bronx, hopefully. So let's circle to Queens. And, you know, I feel awkward because I know Moff has some opinions around Queens as well.
Yes, yes, in Richmond Hill. I thought that you were going Manhattan now. Or Manhattan is done.
I think Manhattan is, aside from Commissioner Mateo's point down in Lower Manhattan, we've been there extensively yesterday, and I said we will revisit.
Yeah,
I don't think
there
that'll
is-
take, I don't think that'll take an hour though. That's like,
There is only, in Manhattan, besides the Mateo point, we do have a slight overpopulation in District 2. And it's probably moving 1 or 2 blocks. So very small, but that is something to keep in mind. We still have to accomplish.
can I ask this with Commissioner Mateo's permission and asking Moff? Moff, do you have any time to stretch right now? I hate to ask that, but I don't want to enter into this next conversation because I know you and I need to have that dynamic that we have with all of our commissioners, the back and forth. Do you have any time to stretch for now?
No, the problem, I am going to prayer.
Oh, you're on the prayer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, then scratch
So,
that.
in fact, my issue is related to that pin left at Richmond Hill area. So that I think that should be untouched. That is what the premise is.
And Mark Warzel, you're talking about doing something that touches Richmond Hill. Mark, if you're talking, you're on mute. Mark?
And Dennis, what is the issue we're revisiting in Lower Manhattan?
No, I just out of respect for Commissioner Mateo, I didn't know if she wanted to raise it again, but I think we really extensively talked about it, but I want to be respectful to all of our commissioners just to see. That's all, nothing else.
Are we going with me now?
First, I'm trying to say, is Mark there?
Yes, I am. I just, I plugged in my phone and it somehow messed up my mic. So why don't we let Maria move forward with her presentation?
I didn't know. Yeah, fine. I mean, I don't know if we can stretch this an hour. I hope not, because
No.
And I was, when my mic went out, I was just going to say that, when I get to my point, Moff is not going to have a particular issue with what I've been working on the last couple hours.
okay. Oh, that's what you've been buying time for. Okay, cool. Maria, Commissioner Mateo.
Well, after careful consideration last night and reviewing everything that we went over and the impossibility really of making the changes that I wanted, I am really fine with moving forward with what we accomplished last night.
Okay.
I would just like to confirm that where the Bladek houses stayed, I believe it was in the first district with
Yes, the flag
That's
stayed
correct.
in the first. That's correct.
okay, so I'm fine with it. I'm really fine with it.
So we do have to make one small change though between 4 and 2. 4 needs to take a block or 2 from 2 in order to equal out the population for 2. That is one thing we do have to change.
You have a recommendation, Fabian?
Bryn, do you want to
Yeah.
up and give a recommendation there?
Yeah.
Maybe turn on the Hispanics so we know we're not grabbing.
Yep. And hopefully we can do it with just, so we're not going to grab this block, the one Hispanic block up there, but for.
Can I just confirm, we did move the 28th Street area into 2, correct?
Know about which?
Yes.
Good.
Right. Yeah, the area between 24th and 28th. Have 2.
What do you need? You need to add to 4 or add to 2?
Need to add to 4.
What about moving that one a block south?
Here.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
What is that street?
So this is 32nd
31st. This is Park, Madison, 5th. So,
Yeah, you could move those. It
okay.
doesn't make a lot of big difference.
Okay, so if we do this between 5th and Park and 31st and 32nd,
Yeah.
these two blocks, that would make District 4 2.49% over and District 2 2.42% over, which is
Right on the button.
on the money. Okay. And actually, so
Does that
and
change
just
anything as far as?
yeah, let me actually.
If anything, it's going to make two just ever so slightly more Hispanic.
Right.
We're talking like 0.01%.
So this would make two 17.11% Hispanic VAP and 16.58 Hispanic CVAP.
And then our last revision, it was 16.7 VAP and 16.3 CVAP.
Okay, so a slight increase.
Maria?
Sounds good with me.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
Can we just take a look at the lower Manhattan lines then, so we have
Yes.
a good sense of where we are?
And I have one little tiny
before?
question on the last district I did. Other than that, I'm good to go.
Okay. So I'll just quickly read off these boundaries. So District 1 is all of Lower Manhattan up to Delancey, which goes over to Ridge Street, then Stanton Street over to Norfolk, and then it follows Houston, I believe, all the way. No, it follows Houston to 6th Ave, and then we follow 6th Ave back down to Spring, and that goes to the Hudson. So that's District 1. So I don't believe we made any change from the revised draft in District 1. District 2, the border between District 2 and District 3 is 6th Ave to 15th Street. Then we go over a block to 5th Ave to 17th Street. And then we follow Broadway up to 23rd, go around Madison Square Park on Madison up to 28th. Then we go back to 5th Ave and take that now up to 31st, which we just moved. That goes east to Park Ave. We go north to 33rd, over a block to Lexington, back down to 32nd. Then we go over to 2nd Ave, and we follow 2nd Ave down to 28th, which is the addition we made yesterday to District 2. 28th goes over a block to 1st Ave, and we follow 1st down to 14th, which goes to the water. So that's our like lower Manhattan boundaries in here.
Where was the Vladeck houses?
And Vladeck remains in District 1, as it is in our revised plan.
I am happy with the changes.
Thank you, Commissioner Mateo, for your raising it, and thank you for your affirmation. Okay,
You're welcome.
Commissioner Roselle.
So I'm going to open up my presentation by profusely apologizing to everyone for what's going to go on in hopefully not too long a time. But what I'd like to do is revisit the discussion that I had last night. I made a presentation featuring a round robin between 32, 29, and 30. And I've regrettably come to the realization that my intended goal, which was to reunite the entire Glendale community into one council district, is just not going to happen. So what I'd like to do is simply withdraw the element of the proposal that involved taking a portion of North Richmond Hill and adding it to District 32 and just leaving, that element out of the picture. And then what I'd like to do with the indulgence of the other commissioners, and this might be a good time to, get a bite to eat or go to the bathroom, is to see if there's some way to do a swap between 30 and 29. So last night I had sought to restore the Rego Park portion that I really didn't think aligned, and it was just sort of a population grab. And if we can go back to that piece of it, it's that Rego Park area starting, west of Yellowstone Boulevard and going across toward Queens Boulevard.
So we were talking about this area.
Yes. So yesterday, Fabian, I think you said this was 13,000 in population.
Yeah, Bryn's gonna bring it up right now, but I believe it was about 13,000. I think you're correct.
So what I really need some help with both Fabian and Bryn is when you're talking about population, I want to, at least for this conversation, if it's possible, if, what I'm going to try to do here is kind of mix and match and try to bring us to the appropriate population within the variance. So, that would be a little north of 177,000, correct?
Yeah, Bryn, can you also grab that little section to the east? That little block right there, that was part of it.
Here?
Yeah, that was part of it.
Okay.
And so I would
I
appreciate
would
if,
ask a question.
yes,
For what purpose? What are you trying? You're showing a map. You're moving this. What are you trying to accomplish?
Josh, last night, what I tried to do was reunite a portion of the Rego Park and Forest Hills community that really belongs in Rego Park and 49 in Forest Hills is District 29. These do not align with the adjoining district. These are mostly apartment buildings, whereas District 30 is mostly 1 and 2 family homes. And so that's, I am uniquely familiar with this area. I lived here for 40 years. And I thought this was a good faith attempt to add population because of the push for population by District 26. It is, does not, I mean, the demographics and the community of interest do not align with District 30. So what I'm attempting to do here is put it back in District 29. And so I just to finish with Josh, as we closed last night, I did this merry-go-round, and then we left it there because we were concluding, our session last night. So this was, I think we did this at 7:30 to 8 o'clock, and then we said goodnight. So this is a continuation of the conversation that we were having last night.
Right. So to be clear, this section he has is going to go to 29, correct? That's the recommendation, correct? The 13,000.
Yes, this would be, the recommendation is this would go back into 29.
Got it. Okay. So if that were to happen, Bryn, can you give us the numbers, what that would do?
Sorry, I was muted. District 30 would then be 9.9% under population. around 17,000, and District 29 would be 7.7% overpopulated, around 13,000,
Now,
give or take a couple thousand.
for my benefit, for this discussion, can you take me to the outer limits of our variance? So, how, if Forest, the District 29,
Mhm.
adding this population it back, what does it exceed the 177,000 and change population? And in District 30, on the low end of the variance, what is it short?
I'll run those
Population.
numbers for you. So the max we can have is 177,161. And it says 29 is 186,247, right?
Yep.
So basically it would be about 9,100 over. 29 would be 9,100 over. Now the minimum, or sorry, the lowest number we can have is 168,631. And that would meet 39 is 155,773. So that would be 12,858 under the minimum. So basically, if you kind of look at those two numbers, the real issue is that 13,000 under, that 30 would be to get to the minimum. So you need to, if you did this swap, you'd need to basically take 13,000 out of 29.
I'm looking at 32, which is slightly, which is 4,000 under, almost 4,000 under. And if we took that right angle near the north of 32, where it meets 29, and it's mainly Hispanic based on the map I see on redistricting in U. And that would be, if you just drew it maybe halfway from the east part, or just extended from the easternmost edge downwards until you capture 5,000 population to bring 32 a little up higher. That might be a good start to rebalancing. And it'll also increase the Hispanic map for 32.
We could do that, and the one main consideration in this area is that we drew these districts so that Richmond Hill would be in one council district, 29, so Woodhaven to I forget the name of the street, but basically what the community testimony described as Richmond Hill, we have in 29. If we change the border between 32 and 29, we're now putting parts of Richmond Hill, splitting it into another district.
Yeah, and Judge Go, I want to, I heard Moff's comments, you raised some concerns. Other commissioners have raised concerns about, us trying to honor the Richmond Hill, the request from the Richmond Hill community to, keep it whole. Moff is in prayers now. I don't want to be struck by lightning by having this conversation without him present. But I did want to send him off with some confidence that, he had nothing to worry about until, he came back. But what I'm going to try to do is come up with some other alternatives. So I beg everyone's indulgence to let me do that, and if it's possible for me to proceed.
I'm just curious what that population is of if Richmond Hill is then moved into, all of which Richmond Hill is then moved into 30.
Isn't touching Richmond Hill.
No,
Yeah.
no, well, if you go down, Richmond Hill is in 29.
Yes.
The southern part of 29. I'm just curious if you took that southern part where it forms a right angle. What's, yeah, what below? 29. Yeah, that whole area. I'm just, which encompasses all of Richmond Hill.
This whole area is, I mean, I can show you the population.
A lot of people.
It's tens of thousands of people.
Right.
More
It's
than,
it's about half of District 29. It's probably around.
all right, I was just curious.
That's a lot of folks. So Mark, go ahead. Mark,
Yes, I'm here.
go ahead.
If you could bring up the map on that boundary between Regal Park and Forest Hills
Mhm.
right now, 29 and 30. If you could move south. So I would like to move that boundary over to Yellowstone and Selfridge Street. Selfridge is a street that it bounds what's going to be the new Queensway. I think demographically and their political leanings lend themselves to District 30. You know, I'm in a, you know, in population shedding mode here. So, you know, this is going to be part of my proposal. So
Bryn, why don't you go ahead and add that to 29 first?
if you can shift again at Yellowstone Boulevard, pick up Selfridge Street and have that go to Metropolitan Avenue. Actually, Selfridge Street, you know what, started at 66th Avenue, which is a little north of, it's sort of where you have that little jut out. Yeah. So I
this
think
is 66.
that's six. So that's Yellowstone Boulevard, correct?
Yeah, and this is Yellowstone.
No,
Boulevard.
no. If it's 66, why don't you start it from? Why don't we start it from 66th Avenue?
Okay. So 66th Avenue turns into Groton Street and Dane Place.
Right, and that area is where there's a actual crossover it runs underneath the Queensway and connects to what is the Regal Park Crescents.
Okay.
But not that far over. That's getting you to Yellowstone. Just keep it, run it along Selfridge Street. And then I would like to, this is something that from the original mapping sessions that we had, there's a southern portion, residential portion of Metropolitan Avenue, which was previously in District 30 a number of years ago. It is separated from the rest of Forest Hills by a commercial strip. A lot of folks there, you know, do their shopping, not in Forest Hills, but, you know, in the Glendale and in Mill Village area. And so this would be my recommended additional area to actually have this now be part of District 30.
So you're speaking about this area, south of
Yes.
Metropolitan?
Yeah, it bounds with Forest Park and Union Turnpike.
Okay. So this whole section here, Selfridge, from 66th Ave along Selfridge down to Metropolitan and south of there, that's 2,700 people.
Okay, and how much closer does that bring us to 177?
Does that say 158, 491?
Yep.
We still need to add about 10,000 to get to the middle.
10,000, which
Has to come out of 29 to 30, or basically has to end up in 30. 30 needs about 10,000 still.
okay, and what needs how much more needs to come out of 29?
And what is 29 there? 183,529.
Yep.
Okay,
So
and
29 has to lose about 6,300, 6,400.
what is the the population of that area north of, there's a commercial rail line that runs into sort of Edsel Street, that right there where the Union Turnpike, where that cutoff is, where the boundary is, there's an area there. The part that juts north, the part of Glendale that bounds with the cemetery there, there is a primarily commercial rail freight line that provides a natural boundary between one portion of Glendale and the southern portion. And I think
This section here.
yes. What's the population in there?
So I'm gonna save this so that that is 2065.
I have to say that moving part of 29 into that part is the growing Asian community, and I think it really I'd like to see it that either moved into 28 as opposed to 32.
Judge Go, it's not going into 32. It's I'm recommending it go into 30.
So let's try to get this to an end point, because like with all the other boroughs, we've been trying to lock down, and so I'm waiting to hear the Mark.
I agree, Mr. Chair, and you know, we'll either lock this down or I'm gonna get locked up, so.
Or the lightning will come down on you anyway. So let's.
So Bryn, if you move that section, 32 will be slightly, it'll need to gain some population, I believe, correct?
Yeah, it'll need to gain 1%.
So 32 will need to gain about 2,000 people if we remove this block. So 32 need to gain 2,000 as well.
Okay, well, you know, I guess you know, the handwriting's on the wall here. I regrettably, so again, I want to thank the commissioners for their patience, but these numbers just don't work out. And just, you know, I am profoundly disappointed that, you know, what I really had set out to do, which was to reunite Glendale in one community and realign the Forest Hills Rego Park section, and you know, just, you know, for maintaining competitive balance in districts, I you know, just not going to be able to accomplish this. So you know, we're just gonna, you know, regrettably have to go back to the original lines, which I really am not comfortable with at all.
Well, in fairness, a lot of the original citywide lines all had input into one way or the other. This type of recommendation, it just hasn't worked out. So I just want to be very balanced for all of us. I want to go back to the Bronx and then try to draw this book. Is Jovan back on? Is Jovan there along with Commissioner Soren? Commissioner Soren there. Let me do this because I don't want to stretch this out too much longer. I think we've covered about all the.
back to the Bronx.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
No, I was waiting.
Sorry
and-
about that.
No, that's what I figured was going on. So I defer to both of you. Where are we with the Bronx?
Commissioner, I'll let you take the lead on this one.
So there was a concern, and I remember this, I think it was from the testimony. I'm not sure if it was the testimony in the Bronx. I have it written down. I just don't remember where I got it from. There was a concern from the residents around the park, Portona Park. Basically that because the District 16 here doesn't cover the park, anytime they have an issue with the park that borders their homes, it kind of lessens their representation there. So I was wondering if there's any way that we can unite this area around the park with a district that actually covers more of the park, if anything. So that's one thing.
So currently, the boundaries of the park are 15, 16, and 17. 15, and let me zoom in to make this a little more clear.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. So District 15 has the area around the park from, zoom in again, from Southern Boulevard here along the entire north of the park, and then almost all of the west of the park until Claremont Parkway. So this is all in 15. On the east side of the park, District 17 has the whole east side of the park until Louis 9 Boulevard. So from East 175th down to here. And then District 16 has the area on the west of the park from Claremont down to St. Paul's Place, and then the southern part of the park from Fulton Ave to Louis 9 Boulevard here.
Right. So I guess my proposal
Can you
here
hold,
would be-
Commissioner, can you hold on 1 second? Because I just saw it in the chat from Commissioner Mateo. She's not hearing you, but she's hearing the rest of us. But I hear you, and I think we all do. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was maybe my internet. It was cutting off. I couldn't hear his comment.
So you hear him now, though?
Yes,
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we're all in sync. Okay, sorry, Commissioner.
thank you.
Okay.
No worries. And so so just for Commissioner Mateo, my concern is just that the park, folks who live around the park, I remember them testifying that they would like to have the park kind of unified in one district, right? And from looking at this map, it just seems like District 15 already covers the majority of the park. And I understand that there's a NYCHA development right at the corner there from District 16, so we can't necessarily change that border. But I think that maybe we could unite the rest of the park into 15.
So Brent's gonna
Commissioner-
pull up what the
yeah.
numbers would be. And you're basically saying using Boston Road as kind of the barrier. So putting the park and everything to Boston Road into 15, is that correct?
Correct. And then I understand that this may not be possible because of the
Right, but it just looking at what the possibility is on this, sure.
Perfect.
And then the other option would be moving the area in 15 to 17, correct? And that would be uniting the rest of the park into 17 would be the other way to do it. Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, that would, I just feel like it would be easier to unite the park into 15 since they already cover, since that
Understood.
district already covers.
The only reason I brought it up is because 17 has a lot of population it can take. Because it, like, as you saw, it was under quite a bit, so it could take quite a bit of population.
That would be perfect.
So that was the only reason I mentioned it, if we were to go that direction. But so as you can see, Brandon, go ahead and give your numbers out for this.
So 15 would be 2.68% over. It's at 177,507. So we would need to take a little bit out of 15, but doing this, everything bordering the park except for the area in 16 that we just added in earlier today would be in 15,
Well,
including the park itself.
Sorry, Brent. No, my
Yes.
goal would be to also unite that area.
Oh,
into-
I see. Then give me 1 second.
Just so that the whole park could be, or at
Yeah.
least, 99%.
So you're thinking everything except for like this area here that's in 16.
Correct, because of the NYCHA development.
Because of the
Yeah.
NYCHA, right?
Yeah.
So if I do this,
Right.
then District 15 is 3.65 over. So
You would have to lose
around
2,000 people.
2,000.
2,000
Mhm.
people, right?
Right, which I think is Commissioner Soren. What do you think? Do you have any observations here?
So 15 is over by how much?
2,000 approximately.
2023 to the maximum.
Okay, so we would have to lose 2,000 people.
Yes.
What about, oh, I see, we already united that part. I'm looking what's above it. Where's High Bridge? And you're gonna have to excuse my whole.
Yes. So Highbridge is in 16 and it borders District 14.
Okay, and then where is the Woodstock Terrace housing?
That's further south in 17. I believe it's on 163rd and Trinity. 160.
163.
So that's
is right.
yeah. So it's let's see, Trinity. I believe it's further south. No. Yeah, so it's right here. Pretty far south in
South.
District 17.
Okay. In 15, you said, or 17?
In 17.
Oh, okay.
So it's the border of 15 is up here, and then the Woodstock houses are here. You can see my cursor.
Yep.
Okay.
Vern, could you tell us if you were to take all of that Crotona area and the part that's in 15 of Crotona into 17, does that make 17 over as well? I just want to know what kind of population we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And what our answer is here.
I'm hearing a lot of feedback. If someone could mute. Sorry. So I take this area. Say like the minimum amount I can take that touches the park.
What's that
would
total
make-
population? 10,600. So it's 11,000 essentially, correct?
Yeah, and that would
Okay,
make
so-
17 4.5
Way
over.
overpopulated, right? So so
Yeah.
what we're talking about here is there's 11,000 people in this area, the park area. And if it's all in 15, 15 would have to shed roughly another 2,000. If it were all in 17, 17 would have to shed 5,000 or so. So that's kind of that's where we're at with that kind of population. So if we're going to put it in 15, we just need to find a place to move 2,023 people out of 15 and into a surrounding district. 17 obviously can take quite a bit, but 16 can take a little bit. 14 could also take a little bit.
Commissioners?
I
Bronx?
guess I would see where West Farms is there. That
Yeah.
little. Would we be able to maybe unite West Farms a little bit more into 17? And would that help with the population numbers?
So we would be taking.
Yeah, I guess kind of
like
moving
in
out.
here. Yeah, okay, yeah, let me try. So we'd also probably have to go into 18 a little bit. But if I just send. Okay, so if I take all of this area into 17, then that equals it out.
What about that one little kind of dip down? Can you grab that block too? Yeah, that.
Probably.
Oh, no,
it's-
never mind. That's a weird block. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's, yeah, this little section in here, I don't think is any population, but.
Got it.
But
So this
the other one
red
might be.
area, if we were to move this red area out of 15 into 17, this would make both whole again. And we'd be within population deviation. And I believe you'd said, I think Cuiado said it was reuniting part of West Farms back, correct? Is that what?
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
West Farms I think has been historically in 17. Okay, can we zoom in a little bit just to see
Yes.
exactly what area we're grabbing there?
So this is basically east of Bronx River Parkway, north of the Cross Bronx, south of East Tremont, and west of Taylor Ave.
Got it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Soren, any comments or observations here?
Actually, I happen to think you did a good job there. I didn't realize West Farms was split. So that makes, I'm all about joining these communities.
I would like to see the numbers though, the CBAP, et cetera, because I remember that District 17 is a Latino district. So I would like to see how that would be impacted by adding this part to the 17.
Yep. So we're looking at 17 and 15. They're both Hispanic majority performing so basically 15 would go from 64.4% Hispanic BAP to 64.6, and 17 would go from 65.4 to 65.2 Hispanic BAP. And then CVAP would go from District 15 would go from 62.9 to 62.4, and 17 would go from 64.4 to 64.9. So they both remain above 60%.
Wow.
Point.
And to be clear, it won't negatively impact the Hispanic CVAPs between 15 and 17, just because it's basically a trade-off. It is a very kind of interesting shape on the top. I want to kind of remind people the reason that shape is even there in 15 was we were trying to find population and not break up Van Nest. And the best place we could find it at the time was this area. If you were to move this into 17, you could also look at cleaning up this and instead changing the border between 17 and 18. If you wanted to grab some of that in 18 and move the border of 17 in a different place. You have options here is what I'm saying, because we had also talked about the border in the Soundview area and all, so if you were to move this into 17 now, you can also reconfigure a little bit the Soundview area and potentially clean this up. Just throwing that out there as options you have.
Also, I have another question about District 16. Since we're taking a chunk of it, how would that affect also the African-American BAP?
So 16 in the last version, 16's black VAP was 32.3. And what is it as you have it drawn here, Bryn?
We're talking about 16.
Yeah, 16 as you have it drawn here.
Yeah. 1 second. 16. sorry, is 32.3.
So it stays at 32.3. That's what it was. That's what it stays.
Perfect, thank you.
Commissioners? Does this accomplish your goal? I mean, because from the numbers point, from the VAP and CVAP, it definitely stays in alignment.
I apologize one more time.
Oh, no, I was saying, does this accomplish the goal of what you were trying to?
Oh, with this West Farms,
Mhm.
what we're looking at, absolutely.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. And the park is now well represented by one single council member instead of three, or the people who live around the park, I should say.
Okay.
And I happen to support Collado.
Okay, Commissioner Matei, I thought I saw you leaning in, so I'm just reading the virtual body language. You had something?
I was
to-
trying to look at the national developments and
Mm.
making sure they were both on 16, which apparently they are.
Yes.
Yeah, I had checked that one too, Commissioner
Yes.
Mateo. I was concerned about that.
Thank you.
All righty. We have consensus to lock it in.
So again, this is not something you have to do. You're at right now, you're okay in the
Chair,
Bronx.
I am back. This is
I just wanted to point out that area of West Farms to the north that we just added to 17. If you wanted to put that in 18, that would allow you to then move the boundaries in Soundview. Not saying you should do that, but I know that it was brought up before in the last mapping sessions.
I'll defer to the Bronx.
If I recall, and don't quote me on this one, I think the reason we were so happy with the Soundview area and everything is because we were able to unite the ever-growing Asian population. And that was like a big thing for us.
Yes, we did work together on that.
So I don't want to, I mean, unless there's something my other commissioners know, I know that everybody seemed to be happy, and I don't know if we were to do that change, how would that impact what we accomplished for that district?
Oh yeah, like I said, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just bringing up that you have the option now. If you want.
Appreciate
No,
that.
no,
I think
absolutely.
we're-
That would be my only concern.
Yep, and I think we're at a point where there's consensus on what we just went through, and definitely with the alignment of the numbers. So with what I just heard Commissioner Soren say, can we lock this in?
Yeah, I also concur because I landed in Parkchester. Later became the president of Parkchester board. But anyway, I think that district was done very well. Commissioner Lisa Soren spent a lot of time and support with me, and I supported her on that. So I think we should move on.
Okay,
The
so
change in Asian population, since Commissioner Soren reminded me of one of the reasons why it was drawn the way it was.
I don't think
I
we
think it is
impacted by this change.
No,
I
we
think-
didn't.
No, but still it went from 8% to 14% because of the increase in population.
maybe
We're talking about 18.
Yeah, 18.
18 is
18
great.
is at 13.6% Asian VAP.
Yeah, which is 14. And before it was,
In the 2013, 18 was 12.5, so it went up 1%.
oh, okay, okay.
okay. So I think we have reached a point of summary, and if okay with the commissioners who are on, and Mark, for your benefit, Mark, aside from being fearful of doing something while you were in prayer and his safety, he also decided to, he went through the various conversations with the commissioners and with Brennan Fabian, and then withdrew what he was talking about. So that's where we are. So then Queens, originally based on what Mark laid out last night and was pursuing while you were in prayer, is no longer on the table. So we're back to where we are. And so Richmond Hill is still as it was, just to let you know and bring you up to speed.
Thank you, thank you.
So with that,
Thank you, Mark.
with that being said, I think we basically have buttonholed most of the issues that have been raised, either to or sometimes not to the total satisfaction of the members. But I think there's been active dialogue. We've had robust participation by the members in a variety of ways, and then back and forth in agreement and not necessarily agreeing. And what I would like to do is to have Bryn and Fabian, if you can just do, and John, obviously, a summary of what we've done. And then I would ask Grace if she can lay out for us the next steps of where we're going, because we need to be very clear with our calendar, adherence to the laws, and at the same time, make sure that we are respectful of the Jewish holiday and holidays that are coming up as well. So first, if Bryn, Fabian, and John can just give us a brief overview of where we've been and where we're going, and then I'll turn it over to Grace.
Great. So I'll just go district by district for the areas we've changed, starting numerically. So District 1 remains the same from our revised plan. District 2.
Bryn, before you go on, can we
Yes.
all mute? Can we all mute so that way Bryn can just have full concentration? Thanks.
Thank you. So District 2, we added a 4-block section north of 24th, south of 28th, east of 2nd, and west of 1st. It's this 4-block square here, from District 4 into District 2. And then to balance out population in District 2, we took this 2-block square south of 32nd, north of 31st, east of Park and east of 5th and west of Park, from District 2 into District 4. That helped bolster District 2's Hispanic VAP and CVAP, and kept the districts within deviation. We did not touch anything else down here. Going up to Hell's Kitchen, we moved these 2 blocks. This is between 55th and 54th, and 10th Ave and 8th Ave, from District 6 into District 3. And that allowed us to give District 6 some more space to take some population from District 7, where we moved the boundary up from 91st Street to 92nd. I believe it was between in these 3 blocks. So that's Amsterdam to West End Ave and 91st and 92nd, and then this 1 block here between Broadway, and then 92nd and 93rd. So that was taken from 7 into 6. And then District 7, moving further north, took these 2 blocks here in Washington Heights, north of 163rd, south of 165th, west of Broadway, east of Fort Washington, from District 10 into District 7. We did not touch District 9 or District 6. We did look at those boundaries. We did not touch District 8 or 11, 12, or 13, or 14. Going into District 15, we added Crotona Park, as well as this 1 block boundary around the east and south of the park. So following Boston Road along until it hits 170th Street. We followed that across to Fulton Ave. So this line here was added with the park to District 15 to unite the homes around the park into 1 district, except for these blocks here, which keep this NYCHA development within District 16, and united where it had been split before across Fulton Ave, put these together into District 16, making sure that the Hispanic VAPs remained around the same, which they did. And then we took this section here that was in District 15 in our revised plan. So north of the Cross Bronx, south of East Tremont, west of Taylor, and then east basically of the Bronx River Parkway, including this small section here that doesn't have any population, to allow for contiguity. We added this section here into District 17 from District 15. So those were our, and all the districts are still within deviation, 5%. Those were our changes in Manhattan and the Bronx. And if I miss anything, anyone please stop me. Going over to districts 23 and 24. To respond to testimony, we wanted to add as much of the Fresh Meadows Utopia area into District 24 to unite this Jewish community as possible. So we brought it back to the current lines, this east-west border between District 23 and 24. And those streets are, if it will show me, 188th Street from Hillside all the way up to 73rd Ave, and then 185th Street to the Horace Harding Expressway. So that's the new boundary between 23 and 24 up here. And then to do that change, we added this section here, which was between Hillside and Jamaica Ave and 178th Street and 182nd Street, which was in District 24. In our revised plan, we added that to District 23. So now this section here in District 23 runs from 188th Street, south of Hillside Ave, all the way to 178th Street, and staying north of Jamaica Ave the entire way. Looking elsewhere, we did not end up making any changes in district in North Queens. So districts 20, 21, 19, 20, 21, 22, or in Southeast Queens, or in the Glendale, Forest Hills, Rego Park area, Richmond Hill. Those remain as they were in the revised draft plan. Looking at North Brooklyn, we added what we've been referring to as the Broadway Triangle, which is Broadway here to Union Ave, here, zoom in, to Flushing Ave. So this triangle here was in 34 in our revised plan. We removed it from 34, put it into 33. And then to make sure 33 was still within deviation, we added 4 blocks here in Borum Hill, just north of the Gowanus houses. These 2 blocks here and here, and these 4 blocks here. So actually 6 blocks total. We added from 33 into 39. And that actually, we were making sure, even though 39 isn't a majority or performing district, we made sure to watch the VAPs and CVAPs, and they went all up slightly. And then also back in 34, the Hispanic VAP increased slightly. Looking elsewhere in Brooklyn, the only other changes we made were in South Brooklyn. We moved the southern boundary of District 44 north a block. I'll zoom in there. So we moved the boundary north from Avenue Y to Avenue X. So
I'm good.
Did we lose
47.
Bryn, could you repeat that? You broke up right when you talked about moving
Well,
forward to Avenue X.
Okay, am I here? Do you hear me again?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can hear you now.
So we moved the border of 44 and 47 from Avenue Y to Avenue X. So we added this section between Shell Road and Ocean Parkway, north of Avenue Y and south of Avenue X from 44 into 47. Continuing with this area, we added of the houses again here. Someone.
That's Warbash.
There's a housing complex here north of Neptune, south of 47. We added.
Bryn, you're
into
going in
48,
and out a little bit. You're going in and out a little bit, so.
Little bit. Okay. Sorry about that.
And someone else is
Can you
not
hear me
muted.
now?
Somebody can, yeah, we can hear you, but just everyone else can mute. That'll help too. Yes, but we can hear you now, Bryn.
Okay, great. If you miss anything, just keep stopping me. So we moved the Warbass houses from District 47 into 48. And then to balance out District 48's population and make it back within DVA.
I think we lost Brent.
Bryn,
Okay, Fabian, do you want to take over?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and close that? I'll
Fabian
take over.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Fabian.
Yeah, I'll take over. It's
Yeah,
not a problem.
let me exit out of this. Whenever I talk too much, my computer tells.
Fabian, you gonna take over?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to close it right now, and then I'm gonna jump in on it.
All righty.
There you go. Bryn, have you closed it?
Give me 1 second. It's
no worries.
Slow. Okay, you should be good.
Okay.
Hopefully.
All right, it's opening right now. Give me 1 moment. Okay, so I'm just gonna minimize that. All right, so again, what we were talking about here, we talked about the Warbash houses, moving them. You can see it south of West Avenue here, this little chunk north of Neptune from 47 into 48. And to accommodate the increase in population in 48, we moved the northern boundary slightly. What we ended up doing was taking this area between Avenue M and Avenue N, and then East 27th over to, I think, East 17th. This area here went into 44. So this kind of strip, we moved that from 48 into 44. So 48's northern boundary is now Avenue N. So those are the changes we made in that section between 44, 48, and 47. Moving over to 38, 47, and 50. We made a few small changes here. The first one is we added the area of Diker Heights that is north of 86th Street, between 82nd and 86th, between between 11th Avenue and 14th Avenue. This kind of red block here. That was added to 50. Also, we shed back, I think, a block from Bay 14th to Bay 13th. This here was in 50, and we moved that to 47. So that's how we changed 50. Then in order to give us another contiguous district, 47 came up a block to 81st Street from 82nd, moved across 81st between 10th Avenue and 15th Avenue, and then comes back down and down over. Now it goes instead to it used to go from 14th to 16th, now it goes 13th to 17th. And that's our new corridor for 47. Then 38 ended up taking those blocks between 16th and 17th, between Bath Avenue and 84th Street. So those are the changes we made in the 50 the crossover district to Diker Heights. No changes were made in 43. No changes were made in any of the VRA districts in 46, 45, 40, 42. All of those were left alone. We didn't touch any of those. Moving to Staten Island. First change we made was right here near the ocean view and Hebrew cemeteries. This area here, this little population we had originally had it in 51 as part of Great Kills, but it was moved over to 50. It was more aligned with the area in 50. So we drew the new line here, whereas it used to be this red line here. So moving that area into 50. And then between 49 and 50, we united the rest of Westerly that was in 49 over in this area. We had this section here between, let me give you the information here, between Manor Road and Lakeland, I believe. So this area here, everything that is basically east of Manor Road was in 49. We moved it back into 50 up to the park. And then to switch out the population, we took this area to the west of Manor Road, west of the Tote Hill houses, down to Willowbrook, around kind of the bend to Roosevelt and Willowbrook. This area here was added from 50 to 49. That's how we rebalanced the population between those two districts. So I'm going to zoom out now. Is there any place that we made changes that we didn't cover, or is there any questions people had specifically about an area that you need to see further?
With that pause and quiet, let me then ask Grace.
Sure. So if the commission is ready to put the pen down here at this point of the maps, we then now are at the point where the commission will have to vote to submit the plan to city council. And so just timing wise, and being respectful and mindful of the Jewish holiday that will be next week, the public meeting, again, virtually, will be, has been, I believe, set for Thursday, October 6th. So the commission will.
And what time, Grace?
11 a.m.
Virtually.
Yep. That will give us time to vote, have the meeting, and then if the vote is to submit the plan to city council, then we will have enough time to transmit it to city council. So that's just the thinking of the timing there. And so if the vote goes through and the plan is submitted to city council next Thursday, then that point, the plan is in the city council's hands for the next 3-week period for their consideration and review. And then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, John. Thank you, staff. Thank you, commissioners. I thought this process today and yesterday were totally outstanding, and the feedback and the back and forth dialogue between all of you is just, to me, stellar. And your input has helped us revise certain areas as indicated. And I also really want to compliment Fabian and Bryn as well. I think you did a magnificent job in capturing the questions and analyzing the data quickly for the commissioners who raised them in the particular boroughs. And also your just deep understanding of the impact that this has allowed us to really adjust and try to modify or not modify our feedback around what's going on. So a lot of time has been put into this, as we've indicated before. And I think opening it up this virtual way has been very helpful. And I just want to say a big thank you to all of you.
Mr. Chair, I echo your remarks. I'd like to again thank Fabian and Bryn for their patience and hard work. I'd like to recognize the staff and all the commissioners and all of their input. I'd also like to thank the people who are tuning into YouTube. In the immortal words of William Shatner, you might need to get another hobby if you're watching us live. just as I need psychological help for doing this 3 times in a row. But, with that, again, I would like to thank everybody for their participation in this very time-consuming process.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question. Will the revised finished maps be posted sooner rather than later?
So I'm glad you said that because I think Grace has one other part to talk about. So now that we've done this, then, and Grace, you are better at this than I am in saying it, but our RBV expert will be now taking a look at this. Correct, Grace?
Yes.
Yes, she will. Yeah, she will look over it to again ensure the changed districts comply with the Voting Rights Act.
So once we have that done, and then, I'm up to posting, but I mean, again, it's not official until we vote, but.
Till after the commission meets,
Yeah, but obviously we
officially votes.
Yeah, but obviously we've been doing this virtually, so everything that is right there right now, people have seen. So, I don't know the ruling on how that part works. So Judge, I defer to our experts as far as the posting of it. But again, it's here for people to see. So.
Aware of anything prohibiting the posting? I am all for giving.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying prohibiting. I just don't know. If there's consensus, I just say to Grace and John that we can double check to make sure we're not violating anything. I just want to be very clear. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. All of you are lawyers just about, so you have trained me extremely careful in both what I say and do. And so that's the only thing I'm talking about from a process point.
Yes, just from the process perspective, we just don't want to, put so many versions of, maps, so to speak, that, haven't been officially voted on. But,
Yes.
As we prepare the plan, the staff does need a few days to, take this file and prepare, and there are some logistics involved. And just given the timeline, we can see what are the potential options for, allowing the commissioner, for the commissioners and the public to have access to this latest, I guess, updated revised plan.
I think
Cool.
that is.
So,
Chair,
yes, Mark. Yes, Mark.
No, I said, Chair, I think after spending so much time, all of us, I really appreciate. And I think the process, if we give the map now, then we voting on the 6th, does make, less of a sense. Then we should hold on to it. Whoever saw it already, I think we should vote on the 6th, and then we published, the way the process goes. But I think tremendous work has been done, has been gone. Look, we all cannot win, but what we can do together, we can do the best job possible. And that is what I think we did. With that note, thank you very much for being part of this, Mr. Chair. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you. We're not finished yet, so we got work to do, folks. I mean, enjoy the weekend, enjoy everything. But again, thank you all, seriously, because this has been a very detailed process, and we appreciate, I think, all the inputs. And with that being said, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move, Mahfoud.
Is there a second? All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.